Hello, chat. Oh, wow. Hi, Baji. Hi, Nyan. Hello, Acto. Hello, Ice. How are how are the sweet beans? How is the beans? How are we feeling? Ah, well. Okay, yeah, my mouth is working as designed. Tired? Why didn't you sleep in? Ice, you always been big. You're always chilling. You're always chilling in the freezer. I'm excited. I'm just fixing up my model really quick because I forgot I had my mic muted last night, so kind of had to refresh it. You guys excited for today? Today we have nice, cozy stream. We got some cozies. I need this. Okay. Octo is very excited. Yeah, Splintered won. I'm very shocked. Get to hear Navi dramatic reading Onigashima. Well, I'm glad you guys are excited. It's only 7:32. We'll take a nap. Curry blanket. Hold on. I'm saying a lot of these. This is so cute. That is so adorable, but I gotta put that away. No, I'm not using that. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to find like the tables that I downloaded for this. Oh, there it is. It's like we're gonna have some nice cozies. Yeah, don't pin to the table, please. I have my Wow So Original cup. Right there. He's been telling me about your reading stream ever since 3 days ago. Oh, that makes me happy. I appreciate it, Octo. You always being a sweet bean to the Nyabi. I wish there was like a cozier chair I could use. I know the Nyabi always appreciates it. Yeah, that's why I would read the Red Queen series to you guys, but I was very upsetty about the series, and I don't want to suffer through reading that again, or subject you guys to reading it again. So I was like, why don't we give some options? Because I want to, like, I want to commit the series by buying books for you guys and reading them to you every Thursday. If this does well. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, hold on. Comfy chair be. So, let me see. Why is everyone under the sun doing gaming chairs? What happened to cozy chairs? Free. Free. I mean, that's cute, but it's not really cozy. I had this ready. But VTube Studio likes to delete some of my assets. I had a chair picked out. I think I'm just gonna have to pick this chair. But it'll be behind. Kinda. No, the table clip to the knobby. No. No. No clipping to me. There. All done, guys. Almost done. There. 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 No, I said don't clip to me. Don't clip to me. No. No. Stop it. I said no clipping. Yeah, that's what I thought. No clipping to the Navi. Unload my model. Go that way. Not allowed. There. I have to reload that asset. Put my model back. Model. Like. There we go. Can we behave for once? Chair. Stay. go like this. No moving. Then we're going to grab this. Put it like that. Okay, and then where's my story blanket? There it is. Blink. There we go. There we go. Okay. I was about to say, if my mouth is not moving again, I was going to be upset he's big. Okay. 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 You guys ready to see the knobby? Okay. Oh, I mean, some... What was it? Is it here? Hello? Hello? There. Okay. Why is my model frowning? Okay. That's a little too bright for me. Yeah. Off. Thank you. Very soft. Bubbles are out. Very soft. There we go. Done. Blink. Okay, you guys ready? Not the battle? I see how it is. You just knocked me out. That's so rude. Boom. Hello, chat. Are we ready to be cozy today? Put the hair up in your bun. So cozy. Really cozy. I got my book. Got my blankie. We got our Wow So Original Nami merch. Over here. Look. You guys can't see. There we go. Over here. So, yes. We are ready. But first. Okay. Much the same way I would like to tell you, Navi, how great a voice Ice has. It's beautiful. I love it. Ice does have a very nice voice. You guys all have nice voices. Maria, Eraser, all you guys have beautiful voices. Okay. Okay. While we are doing something though, well, because normally I won't start till like an hour in. However, we are actually going to watch the Dead by Daylight stream really quick. Because I am a DVD creator, I do need to make sure I watch the stuff that they are putting up. I'm gonna hide that for a second. Okay. Window capture. Make it full screen for me. Oh my. I don't. What is this? What is this on the screen? I want to watch it like normal. Open panel. Can I close the panel? You guys can see my obsession right now. I have TCM. I have this new lady. I have Call Me Chris. I watch her evil thingies. Oh. Liz and Small Screens had a baby. Okay, what if I do this? Okay, what if I do that? See, it's this weird black panel. Why? I don't want this. Okay. I don't like that. Ah, yes. A soothing voice indeed that can calm me when I'm being tied to a train tracks due to a low honor RD2 front. That's beautiful. It cracked me up. do, do, do. Oh, you know what? Whatever. You guys can have the luxury of actually seeing it not worrying. I have to see it like. Do, 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 do. Can you guys see it? And I can just move my model over. Bum, bum. Okay, I don't care about that anyway. There we go. Now it's a proper screen. Okay. I like this chat. It looks nice. But we will make it, let's rename it. Rename to News TV. That's what we'll name it. I wonder if there will be an update to the pig. That's so mean. Yeah, we can pause on you. Since we're already like 30 minutes late to stream anyway. But that is beautiful actually. To the pig. Okay. Whenever I see him, the one in the middle, oh, I feel dread. He doesn't always bring the best news. I think he's our community manager. This one right here. I can see my. Okay. Model down a bit. There. I wonder whether fine. Just lock this for a second. What was I doing? I forgot. Thank you for the hand wait. I forgot what I was doing. I can't remember. Oh. Go away. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. The cup is now officially going with my movement. No. Don't pin to anything. There. Okay. There. Okay. There we go. Oh. I gotta remove that. Anyway. Okay. Okay, chat, let's go. Okay, yeah, I thought so. There we go. Okay, I see. It's hard for me to hear. Yes. Get comfy, we are cozy. I have everything max volume and I can't hear it. Yeah, that one Octo. I So a lot of the community was already talking about this. So there's a new perk that Vecna, the newest Vecna, brought, and it's called Turn Back the Clock. It's like when you go to a gen, you just press a button and it will regress the gen. Well, in Wraith, you don't have to be cloaked to do that. You could just break it and like continue on forward without being in your cloak. But the thing is, a lot of people are saying it's broken, but a lot of people like myself are saying that like that's the whole point. He can break pallets, he can pull you off gens, the only thing he can't do is he can't attack you while he's cloaked. So, my personal opinion, I think it's fine. But people complain and they fix things rather than fixing other important stuff. Oh yeah, killer balance needs to be fixed really bad. Ooh. That makes me upset. I don't know what happened. Now I gotta wait for this black thing to disappear again. By the way, guys, is the sound good? Thank you, Octo. I need to... I need to put that code in so I can get free stuff. I love Maurice. I don't care. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Paging Team Freedom, Balatro is mentioned. Really? And does he like Balatro? Oh. The grimoire, so we can kind of skip the wait since there. She looks like Nancy. She's Scottish. She sounds Scottish. Team likes Balacho Yeshams. Oh, then he probably knows that DVDs and Balatrum now. So the killer silhouette and the way she is made, I'm gonna say she because like the silhouette said female. So I was very happy I got this one, but I wasn't I was sad that the survivor I wanted didn't win, which is fine. But eh. Hi Brennan, welcome in, sweet. Okay, Sleeping. Have good luck on your German. This power got leaked. Oh, yeah. This was leaked. I really like the concept. See, guys, even a company has. Mm-hmm. At least they're listening to the feedback. Yeah. Oh, guys. Is that the killer? Like a sneak peek of the killer? Look. Her eyes are kind of like, it's like a nurse spirit looking combo. Huh. That's kind of cool. Or a new spirit skin? I don't think it's a new spirit skin. I just hope they don't mess up on the killer because now that the survivor is kind of, I'm not too of a fan of, I'm looking at the killer for the first time. So hopefully they don't mess it up because this could be another killer I can play alongside Artis. As an angelic killer. But we like. Is Artist your favorite killer? She is. I love her so much. Yes. 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 Please. No, it's perfect. See, okay, so they listen, but at the same time, it feels like at times they don't listen. So, like, a lot of their player feedback is saying, hey, we want to be in there. I think we should be able to be in there. It's just like the Halloween event. Like, you can go in there, the same realm as everybody else. Hello? Which is very stupid because that's essentially like Sadako. You carry her tape, you get punished for it. So, kind of like the plague situation. I mean, at least they're trying. I'll give them that. which is the M1 power. Ooh, I might do that. I wonder if I can hear her breathing. People are saying fix the artist's killer power. Yeah, it doesn't look too good. It looks like a Dracula kind of power where it just attacks through things, which is boring. Hi, Freedom. Hey, Ribs, Spirit Ribs. Hello, Bean. Thank you for the stream streak. Hi, Author. Welcome in. We're doing good. We're listening to DVD. Kind of skipping ahead. Thank you for the hat pats. I appreciate it. How are you doing, author, today? And how are you, Freedom? Feeling a bit lightheaded right now. I was back at work today, but I had to leave early because the fumes from Oh, I'm so sorry, author. Are you taking care of yourself? Did you drink water? Make sure your windows are open, just get some fresh air, you know. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Ugh. I mean, it's nice and all, but meh. See, they had so much like opportunity with the blue and the marble, which is why I kind of like voted for that. But I don't like this. Like I love this, but I want them to incorporate like more blue. Like don't shy away from like blue. I'm not feeling it. It be raining. Aw, Freedom. I'm sorry, sweet. I love rain though. Depression that the other one didn't win. Okay, I'm gonna kind of skip ahead, chat, because Grimoire is Grimoire. Okay, quality of life. What are they changing? Okay, they're changing Dark Devotion. Why are you changing Dark Devotion? The Dark Devotion has a. They're pulling a pig. They're pulling a pig. Oliver Reed played Bill Sykes from 1960s Oliver musical, if I remember. Oh no. Yeah, they're pulling a pig. They're nerfing perks. They don't need to be nerfed. Um, pulling a pig, yeah. So author essentially like if anything happened back in the day, they would nerf a poor killer who's like probably one of the weakest killers in existence. So they would just nerf it. Is Dark Devotion not the new pig? Probably. I could be red herring right now. Never mind, they didn't. They didn't do that. Good. Finally. I, I just pulled a red herring. Okay. Okay. They're essentially overhauling perk descriptions. Let me customize them all blue. Yes. Yes. I can make everything blue. The more customization, the better. I can make everything blue. Let me have blue. And they gave me blue. Yes. Gave me blue. I like this. I like this a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like the red or the yellow. I was like, eh. I mean, I'm a pastel to the core kind of girl. Also, thank you for the Starry Splash one as well, and author. Look, I can have blue survivors now. Yes. Yes. I love it. Yay. Hi, Racer. So new killer colors. Okay, auras. I'm kind of tired of hearing about auras now. Killer update. Okay. Break, basic break. So a down pallet or breakable wall broken by any killer. Special break down by. So essentially, Trapper breaking a pallet versus Dracula's wolf form breaking a pallet. Okay. Basic vault. So Trapper versus. Okay. Okay. Chainsaw. And they're updating killer perks. Okay. So again, these are just updates to basicify the aura thingies. How are you, my sweet eraser? Thank you for shouting her out. How are you today, eraser? Okay, update. Trickster's one of my favorites. Just a shower, getting myself ready to play Pokemon soon. Ooh, how are you? I'm doing good. We're kind of doing a DVD update. Ooh. Oh, so it's kind of like a... Okay. I think we're caught live now. Oh, probably. I thought they were just gonna go straight. Oh, they better not change Smash Track. I'm gonna get... Smash Hit's my favorite. So rewards you for doing more than different. New map walkthrough. Why am I banned? Trickster new chase theme. I hope the new survivor is an alternate Jibun Hulk as a better person before he became wicked. Okay, chat. I think what we can do is we can definitely like finish this later. I did promise that we would read, and this is going a little too long. I like to skip through it anyway. Hi, Mo. Welcome in, my sweet. Hi, Sleep, as well. How are you doing, sweet? My nose. Okay. We're just gonna put that to the side. Let me put up Ocean Magic. Like, time to be wed. done. I like actual like. Wow, I can't type today. Nope. Nope. Let me see. Hmm. Okay, this works. It hasn't been telling me when you go live. It's okay, sleep. I don't know why it's not telling you when you go live. Are you talking about the Discord? Because in Discord you have to have the shimmering scale thing now. I will be listening in the background. I'm just trying to get some work done with one of my editorial scripts, of course. That's the whole point. Another thing I love about this book is that it has a slight hue to it, so it's not like your atypical like just pure black against white paper. Like there's like a slight like purple to it, and I love it so much. It's one of the favorite things about this book. Is everybody ready? Are we ready? Hmm. Ready. Okay. No one tells me nothing. I told you if it's Discord, I told everybody you have to use the new ping system. Because not a lot of people like being at everybody every single time. Give me one sec. Okay. Ready? Okay. What's the point? Like, what are you saying the point was? Nani? What point? Oh, me telling Sleep that that was the point why I told him to... Wait, I'm confused now. I'm confusion. You said that's the point. Oh, I was talking to Sleep. I was saying that's the point why I told him to use the rule system. Wink, wink, wink. Wink. Okay, the one thing I never liked about this book is the references to bugs, but it's so good. Okay, now that we got our questions done, now music-wise, how is that sounding? Music-wise, is it sound nice? Loud? I'm eating your favorite food right now. I bet you're jealous. What food are you eating that I'm jealous of? Egg. Ew. Okay. Sleep. It's time to be read too. So shh. I'm just kidding. I'm actually kind of nervous, and I don't know why, because I normally don't read to anybody. I read to myself in my own little world. But yeah. Okay. So, I always imagine, like, how would I like to be read to? Is how I like to read. So, the book is called Splintered. It's by A.G. Howard. I like to read the front and the back. So, it's about Alyssa Gardner hears the thoughts of plants and insects. She hides her delusions for now, but she knows her fate. She will end up like her mother in an institution. Madness has run and her family ever since her great 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 grandmother, Alice Little, told Lewis Carroll her strange dreams, inspiring his classic Alice Adventures in Wonderland. But perhaps she's not mad, and perhaps Carroll's stories aren't as whimsical as they first seem. Okay. And then obviously I would turn to pages, and it says her dedication to my husband and real life hero Vince, and to my two wonderful children, Nicole and Ryan. You embraced my dream as if it were your own and gave me the courage to keep playing until I gotta turn this down in my ear. Until I grasped the beautiful shooting star. Boom. Now I can start. Oh, it's too quiet. Okay. I gotta move this closer. Can you guys hear me properly first? Yes. Okay. Chapter 1. One-way ticket to Underland. I've been collecting bugs since I was 10. It's the only way I can stop. Their whispers. Sticking a pen through the gut of an insect shuts it up pretty quick. Some of my victims line the walls in shadow boxes, while others get sorted into mason jars and placed on a bookshelf for later use. Crickets, beetles, spiders, bees, and butterflies. I'm not picky. Once they get chatty, they're fair game. They're easy enough to capture. All you need is a sealed plastic bucket filled with kitty litter and a few peeled bananas sprinkled in. Drill a hole in the lid, slide in a PVC pipe, and you have a bug snare. Thank you for the star splash. What one is it? I'm trolling it. Thank you for the hot butts. The fruit feels attracted. The fruit peels attract them. The lid traps them. And the ammonia of the litter smothers them and preserves them. Bugs don't die in vain. I use them in my art, arranging the corpses into outlines and shapes. Dried flowers, leaves, glass pieces add colors and textures to the patterned form on plastered backgrounds. These are my masterpieces, my morbid mosaics. School let out at noon. School let out at noon today for the upperclassmen. I've been passing the last hour working on my newest project. A jar of spiders sits among them, cluttering my desk. The sweet scent of goldenrod breezes through my bedroom window. There's a field of herbs next door to my duplex, attracting a genius crab spider that changes color. This is where I said I hated this book for this one detail. It talks about bugs, and I don't like it. Light eight-legged chameleons, in order to move undetected among the yellow or white blooms. Twisting off the jar lid, I dip out 35 of the small white arachnids with long tweezers, carefully not to squish their abdomen or break their legs. With tiny straight pins, I secure them onto the black tinted plaster background, already covered with beetles, selected for their iridescent night sky sheen. What I've envisioned isn't typical spatter of stars. It's constellations that coil like feathery bolts of lightning. I have hundred of warp scenes like this filling in my head, and no idea where they came from. My mosaics are the only way to get them out. Leaning back in my chair, I study the piece. Once the plaster dries, the insects will permanently be in place. So if any adjustments need to be made, it has to be done quickly. Glancing at the digital clock beside my bed, I tap my bottom lip. I have less than 2 hours before I have to meet Dad at this asylum. It's been a Friday tradition since kindergarten to get chocolate cheesecake ice cream at the Scoop and Stop and take it to share with Allison. Brain freeze and a frozen heart are not my idea of fun, but Dad insists it's therapy for all of us. Maybe he thinks by seeing my mom, by sitting there, I think one day I'll live. I'll somehow beat the odds. Too bad he's wrong. At least one good thing has come out of my inherited insanity. Without the delusions, I might never have found my artistic medium. My session with Buck started on Friday in 5th grade. It had been a rough one. Taylor Tremont told everyone I was related to Alice Little, the girl who inspired Lewis Carroll's novel Alice Adventures in Wonderland. Since Alice was, in fact, my great-great-great-grandmother, my classmates teased me during recess about dormice and tea parties. I thought things couldn't get much worse until I felt something on my jeans and realized, mortified, that I got my period for the first time and was totally unprepared. On the verge of tears, I lifted a sweater from the lost and found pile just inside the main entrance and wrapped it around my waist for a short walk to the office. I kept my head down, unable to meet anyone's gaze. I pretended to be sick and called my dad to pick me up. While I waited for him in the nurse's office, I imagined a heated argument between the vase flowers on her desk and the bumblebee buzzing around them. It was one powerful delusion because I really heard it. As sure as I could hear the passing of students from one class to the next on the other side of the door, Allison had warned me the day I would become a woman. Of the voices that would follow, I presumed it was her mental inability making her say that. The whispers were impossible to ignore, just like sobs building in my throat. I did the only thing I could. I denied what was happening inside me. Rolling a poster of 4 basic food groups like a cylinder, I tapped the bee hard enough to stun it. Then whisked the flowers out of the water and pressed them between the pages of a spiral notebook to silence their chattering petals. When they got home, poor oblivious Dad offered to make some chicken soup. I shrugged him off and went to my room. "Do you think you'll feel well enough to visit Mom later tonight?" he asked from the hallway, always reluctant to upset Allison's delicate sense of routine. I shut my door without answering. My hands shook and my blood felt jittery in the veins. There had to be an explanation for what happened in the nurse's office. I was stressed about Wonderland jokes, and when my hormones kicked in, I had a panic attack. Yeah, that made sense. But I knew deep down I was lying to myself. The last place I wanted to visit was an asylum. A few minutes later, I went back to the living room. Dad sat in his favorite recliner, a worn corduroy lump covered with daisy appliques, and one of her spells, Allison Soon, the cloth flowers all over it. Now, he would never part with his chair. Allison is her mother, by the way, in case you guys don't know. "You feeling better, Butterfly?" he asked, looking up from his fishing magazine. Musty dampness blasted into my face from the air conditioner as I leaned against the closest wood panel wall. Our 2-bedroom duplex has never offered much in a way of privacy, and on that day it felt smaller than ever. The waves of his dark hair moved in the rattling gust. I shuffled my feet. This was the part of me being only a child I hated, having no one but Dad to confide in. She goes, "I need more stuff. They only gave us a sample." His eyes were blank, like those deers of staring down traffic during morning rush hour. "The special talk they give us at school," I said, my stomach in knots. "The one where boys aren't invited?" I flashed the purple pamphlet they handed out to all the girls in 3rd grade. It was creased because I shoved it and the sample sanitary pad into the drawer behind my socks. After an uncomfortable pause, Dad's face flushed red. Oh, so that's why. He suddenly became preoccupied with a colorful array of saltwater lures. He was embarrassed or worried or both, because there was no way salt water within a 500-mile radius of Pleasance, Texas. Hi, Benny. Welcome in, my sweet. How are you doing? You know what this means, right? I pressed. Allison's going to give me the puberty speech again. The blush spread from his face to his ears. He flipped a couple of pages, staring blankly at the picture. Well, who better to tell you about the birds and bees than your mom, right? An unspoken answer echoed inside my head. Who better but the bees themselves? I cleared my throat. Not that speech, Dad. The nutso one. It can't be stopped. You can't escape the voices any more than I could. Your great-great-grand never should have gone down that rabbit hole speech. Why are you bonking me? No bonkages. Thank you for the head pets, Andre. Hello, Andre. It didn't matter. Allison might be right about the voices after all. I wasn't ready to admit that to Dad or myself. He sat rigid as if air conditioner had iced his spine. I studied the crisscross scars on my palm. He and I both knew it was less what Allison was going to say than what she might do. If she had another meltdown, they'd clap her into a straitjacket. I learned early why it's spelled straight. The particular spelling means tight. Tight enough that blood pools into the elbows and the hands become numb. Tight enough that there's no escape no matter how loud the patient screams. Tight enough that it suffocates the heart of the wearer's loved ones. My eyes felt swollen, like they might burst another leak. Look, Dad, I've already had a really sucky day. Can we not go tonight? Just this once. Dad sighed. I'll call Soul's Asylum and let them know we'll visit Mom tomorrow instead. But you'll need to tell her eventually. It's important to her, you know, to stay involved in your life. I nodded. I might have to tell her becoming a woman, but I didn't have to tell her about becoming her. Hooking a finger in the fuchsia scarf tied around my jean shorts, I glanced at my feet. Shiny pink toenails reflected the afternoon light where it streamed from the window. Pink has always been Allison's favorite color. That's why I wore it. Dad, I mumbled loud enough for him to hear. What if Allison's right? I've noticed something today. Things that just aren't normal. I'm not normal. Normal? His lips turned up in an Elvis curl. He once told me he smirk won Allison over. I think it was his gentleness and sense of humor, because those two things kept me from crying every night after she first committed. Rolling his magazine, he shoved it into the recliner, between the seat cushion and the arm. He stood, his 6'1" height towering over me as he tapped the dimple in my chin, the one part that matched him instead of Allison. Now you listen, Alyssa Victoria Gardner. Normal is subjective. Don't let anyone tell you you're not normal, because you are to me, and my opinions is all that matters. Got it? An unspoken answer echoed in my head as a nice line. It is. Hi, Navi. How you doing? I'm doing good, my sweet. How are you doing? We're doing some reading. Got it, I whispered. Good. He squeezed my shoulder, his fingers warm and strong. Too bad the twitch in his left eyelid gave him away. He was worried, and he didn't even know the half of it. I tossed and turned in bed that night. Once I finally fell asleep, I had the Alice nightmare for the first time. It's haunted my dreams ever since. In it, I stumbled across a chessboard in Wonderland, tripping over jagged squares of black and white. Only I'm not me. I'm Alice in a blue dress, a lacy pinafore, trying to escape a tick-tock of White Rabbit's pocket watch. He looks like he's been skinned alive, nothing but bones and bunny ears. The Queen of Hearts has commanded that my head be chopped off and stuck in a jar of formaldehyde. I've stolen the royal sword, and am on the run, desperate to find the caterpillar and the Cheshire cat. They're the only allies I have left. Ducking into the forest, I sliced the sword at the vines hanging in my path. a thicket of thorns sprout from the ground. They snag my apron and gouge my skin like angry talons. Dandelion trees tower in every direction. I am the size of a cricket, along with everyone else. Must have been something we ate. Close behind the white rabbit's pockets, watch ticks louder, audible over even the marching steps of 1,000 playing card soldiers. Choking on a cloud of dust, I plunge into Caterpillar's lair, where mushroom looms with caps the size of truck tires. It's a dead end. One look at the tallest mushroom, and my heart caves. The place where the caterpillar once sat to offer advice and friendship is a mass of thick white webs. Something moves in the center. A face, pressed against the filmy case. Shifting just enough I can make out the face of the features, yet no clear details. I inch closer, desperate to identify who or what it is. But the Cheshire cat's mouth floats by and screaming that he lost his body and distracts me. The card army appears within an instant. I am surrounded. I toss the sword blindly, but the Queen of Hearts steps forward and snatches it in midair. Falling to my knees at the army's feet, I plead for my life. It's pointless. Cards don't have ears, and I no longer have a head. After covering my starry spider mosaic with a protective cloth while the plaster dries, I grab a quick lunch of nachos and drive over to Pleasant's underground skate park to kill time before meeting Dad at the asylum. I've always felt at home here in the shadows. The park is located in an old abandoned salt dome, a huge underground cave with a ceiling reaching as high as 45 feet in place. Prior to the conversation, the dome has been used for storing bulk goods for a military base. The new owners took out the traditional lighting and with some fluorescent paint and additional black lights, morphed it into every teen's fantasy. A dark, atmospheric, ultraviolet playground, complete with a skateboard park, glow-in-the-dark miniature golf, an arcade, and a cafe. With its citrusy neon paint job and the giant cement bowl for skateboarders stand out like a green beacon. All skaters must sign a release form and put orange fluorescent grip tape on the decks of their boards to avoid collision in the dark. From a distance, we look like we're riding fireflies across northern lights, sweeping in and out of one another to glowing jet streams. I started boarding when I was 14. I needed a sport I could do while wearing my iPods and earbuds to muffle the whispers of stray bugs and flowers. For the most part, I've learned to ignore my delusions. The thing I hear are all usually nonsensical and random and blend together in crackles and hums like radio static. Most of the time, I am convinced myself is nothing more than white noise. Yet there are moments when a bug or flower say something louder than others, something timely, personal, or relevant, and throws me off my game. So when I'm sleeping or involved in anything that requires intense concentration, my iPod is crucial. At the skate park, everything about 80s music to alternate rock blasts from speakers and blocks out possible distractions. I don't even have to wear my earbuds. The only drawback is Taylor Tremont's family owns the place. She called before the grand opening 2 years ago. Thought you would be interested in what we're naming the center, she said, voice dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, why is that? I attempted civilly because her dad, Mr. Tremor, had contacted my dad's sporting goods store to be the sole supplier of the mega center. It's a good thing, too, considering we had been on the verge of bankruptcy because of Allison's medical bills. Also, as an added bonus, I get a free lifetime membership. Well, Taylor snickered. I heard her friends laughing in the background. I must have been on a speakerphone. Dad wants to call it Wonderland. Giggles bubbled around the line. I thought you would have loved it, knowing how proud you are of your great-great-great-grand rabbit. The jib hurts more than it should have. I must have been quiet for too long because Taylor giggles faded. Actually, she half coughed up the word. I'm thinking that's way overused. Underland's better, since it's underground. How's that sound, Alyssa? Recall the rare glimpse of regret from Taylor today as I carved the middle of the skateboard bowl beneath the bright neon Underland sign hanging from the ceiling. It's nice to be reminded that she has a human side. A rock song pipes through the speakers as I come down the lower half of the skating bowl. Dark silhouettes swoop around me against the neon backdrop. Balancing my back, foot on the tail of the board, I prepare to pull up the nose with my front. An attempt at an ollie a few weeks ago won me a bruised tailbone. Ooh, that sounds terrible. I now have a deathly fear of the move, but something inside me won't let me give up. Typical skateboarders. I have to keep trying or I'll never get enough air to learn my real tricks, but my determination goes much deeper. It's visceral. Visceral. A flutter that jumbles my thoughts and nerves until I'm convinced I'm not scared. Sometimes I think I'm not alone in my own head, that there's a part of someone lingering there, someone who tries me to push myself beyond my limits. Embracing the adrenaline surge, I launch. Curious how much air I'm clearing, I snap my eyes open. I'm mid-jump, cement coming up fast beneath me. My spine prickles. I lose my nerves and my front up fast beneath me. Excuse me. My front foot slips, sending me down to the ground with a loud oomph. My left leg and arm make first contact. Ooh. Pain jolts through my every bone, and the impact knocks the breath from my lungs. I skid to a stop in the basin. My board rolls after me like a faithful pet, stopping to nudge my ribs. Gasping for air, I flip onto my back. Every nerve in knee and ankle blazes. My pad strap ripped loose, leaving a tear in the black leggings I wear beneath my purple bike shorts. Against the neon green surface, slanting beside me, I see a dark smear. Blood. I drew my split knee up, inhaling a sharp breath. Within seconds of my crash landing, 3 employees blow whistles, rollerblades, through the lines of slowing skaters. They wear mini caps with a light affixed to their front, but they're more like lifeguards, stationed for easy access, certified in the fundamentals of first aid. They form a visible barrier with a bright crossing guard vest to deter other boarders from tripping over us, while they bandage me up and clean my blood from the cement with disinfectant. A 4th employee rolls up in the manager's vest. Of all people, it has to be Jebediah Holt. I should have bailed, I mumbled grudgingly. Are you kidding me? Nobody could have seen that slam coming in time. His deep voice soothes as he kneels beside me. I'm glad to see you're speaking to me again. He wears cargo shorts and a dark tee beneath his vest. The black lights glide over his skin, highlighting his toned arms and the bluest flashes. I tug at the helmet straps beneath my chin. His minor beam is signaling me out like a spotlight. Help me take this off, I ask. Jeb bends down, closer to me, over the wailing vocal... I'm sorry, I am ruining this reading. Jeb bends closer to me to hear me over the wailing vocals overheard. His cologne is a mix of chocolate and lavender, blends with his sweet into a scent as familiar as appealing as cotton candy to a kid at the fair. His fingers curve under my chin, and he snaps the buckle free. As he helps me push the helmet off, his thumb grazes my earlobe, making it tingle. The glare of his lamp blinds me. I can only make out the stark stubble of his jaw, those straight white teeth, with the exception of the left incisor that slants slightly across his front tooth. Excuse me. And the small iron spike centered beneath his lower lip. Taylor raked him up and down about his piercing, but he refuses to get rid of it, which makes me like it all the more. She's only been his girlfriend for a couple months. She has no claim over what he does. Jeb's callous palm cups my elbow. Can you stand? You're good, Nobby. Thank you. Think of it had to wait. Of course I can, I snap. Not intentionally harsh, just not the biggest fan of being on display. The minute I put weight on my leg, a jab shoots through my ankle and doubles me over. An employee employee supports me from behind while Jeff sits down to strip off his blades and socks. Before I know what he's doing, he lifts me and carries me out of the bowl like a princess. Hydrate on your next reading break. Well, deal. Why am I bold? Here I am reading and you're just like, boom. Wood. Jeb, I want to walk. I wrap my arms around his neck to stay balanced. I can feel the smirks of other skaters as we pass, even if I can't see them in the dark. They never let me forget being carried away like a diva. Jeb cradles me tighter, which makes it hard not to notice how close we are. My hands locked around his neck, his chest rubbing against my ribs. Those biceps pressed to my shoulder blades and knee. Oh. It seemed like a serious moment and I wanted to ruin it. Okay, then, if you say so. I give up fighting as he steps off the cement into the wood-planked floor. At first, I think we're heading to the cafe, but we pass the arcade and swing a right towards the entrance ramp, following an arc of light laid out by his helmet. Jeb's hips shove the gym-style doors. I blink, trying to adjust to the brightness outside. Warm gust of wind slaps hair around my face. He perches me gently on a sun-baked cement, then drops beside me, takes off his helmet, shaking out his hair. He hasn't cut it in a few weeks, and it's long enough to graze his shoulders. Thick bangs dip low, a black curtain touching his nose. He loosens the red and navy bandana around his thigh and wraps it over his head, securing it to a knot to his nape to push back the strands from his face. Those dark green eyes. I'm always being robbed here. What do you mean robbed? Think of it, you have fights. You later got bold, and I don't put it back. You know the ball doesn't stay for long. Those dark green eyes, guys. I've told you to replace your gear. Your strap's been unraveling for weeks. Here we go. He's already in surrogate big brother mode, even though he's only 2.5 years older and 1 grade ahead of me. Only 2.5 years older, guys. Been talking to my dad again, have you? A strained expression crosses his face as he starts messing with his knee pads. I follow his lead and I take my remaining one off. Actually, I say, mentally berating myself for not having the sense to fall back into my silent treatment bubble. I should be grateful you and your dad allow me to come here at all. You and Dad, excuse me. Seeing as it's dark and all sorts of scary, bad things could happen to my helplessness little self. A muscle in Jeb's jaw twitches, a sure sign of struck a nerve. This has nothing to do with your dad, other than the fact that he owns this good sporting store, which means you have no excuse for not maintaining your gear. Boards can be dangerous. Yeah, just like London is dangerous, right? I glare across the gleaming cars in a parking lot, smoothing the wrinkles from my red t-shirt design, a bleeding heart wrapped in barbed wire. Might as well be an x-ray of my chest. Great. He tossed his knee pads aside. So you're not over it. What's to get over? Instead of standing up for me, you took his side, and now I can't go until I graduate. Why should that bother me? I pluck my fingerless gloves to suppress the acid bite of anger burning at my tongue. At least by staying home, you will graduate. Jeb moves to his elbow pads and rips off the Velcro, punctuating at his point. I would have graduated there too, he huffs. We shouldn't be discussing this. This appointment's too fresh. I was so psyched about the study abroad program that allows seniors to finish out their final years of high school in London while getting college credits from one of the best art universities there. The very university Jeb's going to. Since he's already received a scholarship and plans to move to London later this summer, Dad asked him to dinner a couple weeks ago to talk about the program. I thought it was a great idea that Jeb was in my corner. I was good as on a plane. And then together they decided it wasn't the right time for me to go. They decided. Dad worries about Allison has an aversion to England, too much little family history. He thinks my going would cause a relapse. She's already been prodding with more needles than most junkies on the street. At least his reasons made sense. I still haven't figured out why Jeb vetoed the idea. But what does it matter at this point? The sign-up deadline was last Friday. There's no changing things now. Traitor, I mumble. He dips his head down and forces me to look at him. I'm trying to be your friend. You're not ready to move so far from your dad. You have no one to look out for you. You'll be there. But I can't be with you every second. My schedule is going to be insane. I don't need someone with me every second. I'm not a kid. Never said you were a kid. But you don't always make the best decisions. Case in point. He pinches my shin, popping the torn knit legging with a snap. A jolt of excitement runs through my leg. I frown, convincing myself I'm just ticklish. So I'm not allowed to make a few mistakes. Not mistakes that can hurt you. I shake my head, like being stuck here doesn't hurt. At a school I can't stand, with classmates whose idea of fun is making cracks about the white rabbit tail I'm hiding. Thanks for that, Jeb. He sighs and sits up. Right, everything's my fault. I guess your eating semen in there was my fault too. The strain behind his voice tugs at my heart. Well, the slam was kind of your fault. My voice softens, a conscious effort to ease the tension between us. I would have already aced an ollie if you were still teaching skateboard class. Jeb's lips twitch. So the new teacher, Hitch, he's not doing it for you. I punch him, releasing some pent-up frustration. No, he's not doing it for me. Jeb fakes a wince. He sure liked to, but I told him I'd kick his as if you have a say. Hitch is 19, the go-to king for fake IDs and recreational drugs. He's a prison sentence waiting to happen. I know better than to get tangled up with him, but that's my call. Hi, team. Welcome in, sweet. Thank you for the 60. Tweak. How are you, team? I hope you got some good sleeps, and I hope work wasn't too bad for you this morning. Thank you for the hydrate. After this chapter, I'll take a minute to drink. We're still in chapter 1, by the way. These chapters are long. Yeah, her chapters have always been long. Where was I looking? I will return once I get breakfast. Ooh, what you having? Okay. Jeff shoots me a look. I sense a talk coming on about the evils of dating players. I flick a grasshopper off my leg with a blue fingernail, refusing to let its whispers make the moment any more awkward than it is. Mercifully, the double doors swing open from behind. Jeb scoots away to let a couple girls through. A cloud of powdery perfume wafts over us as they pass and wave at Jeb. He nods back. We watch them get into the car and peel out the parking lot. Hey, Jeb says. It's Friday. Aren't you supposed to be visiting your mom? I jump on the subject change. Meeting Dad there. And then I promise Jen I take the last 2 hours of her shift. After looking at my torn clothes, I glance up in the sky, the same striking blue as Allison's eyes. It makes me sad she calls her mom her name. I hope I have time to drop home and change before work. Jeff stands. Let me clock out, he says. I'll get your board and backpack and drive you to Souls. That's the last thing I need. Neither Jeb nor his sister Janara have ever met Allison. They've only seen pictures of her. They don't even know the truth about my scars or why I wear gloves. My friends all think I was in a car accident with my mom as a kid, and the windshield messed up my hands and injured her brain. Dad doesn't like to lie, but the reality is so bizarre he lets me embellish. What about your bike? I'm grasping at straws, considering Jeb's soaped up vintage Honda C270 isn't anywhere on the lot. They predicted rain, so Jen dropped me off, he answers. Your dad can take you to work later. I'll drive your car home. It's not like it's out of my way. Just family shares the other side of our duplex. Dad and I went over to introduce ourselves one summer morning after they moved in. Jeb, Janara, and I became tight before sixth grade started the next fall. Tight enough that on the first day of school, Jeb beat up a guy in the breezeway for calling me the Mad Hatter's love slave. I love that. Jeb slides on some shades and repositions the bandana knot on the back of his head. You know something though? This is where I kind of didn't like Jeb, because if he was really close knit with her, why is he dating the girl that bullies her? Taylor. He obviously is not caring enough to his friend enough that he's dating literally his best friend's bully. That's just a me thing though. Sunlight hits the shiny round scars peppered along his forearms. I turn to the cars in the lot. Gizmo, my 1975 gremlin, named after their character in the 80s movies. That is a weird choice, right? Why? He's obviously they're best friends, yet somehow he's dating her bully. So like I've never really liked him. If I can't count on Jeb to back me up in London, I can't trust him to meet the biggest nut who's fallen from my family tree. Uh-oh, Jeb says. I see that look. No way you can drive a standard with a sprained ankle. Fork him over. He holds out my palm. With a roll of my eyes, I drop my keys into his hand. He pushes his shades to the bandana at his hairline. Wait here and I'll walk you. A burst of air conditioning hits my face as the door of the complex slams shut behind him. There's a tickle on my leg. This time, I don't swish the grasshopper away. I hear its whisper loud and clear. Doomed. Yeah, I whisper back, stroking its veined wings, surrendering to my delusions. It's all over once Jeb meets Allison. Okay, so that was chapter 1. We're obviously going to keep reading. I'm not just going to read one chapter and call it a day. That's not how this works. I don't think I think I have one of AG's Howard's other, but yeah, it's Roseblood. I own that one too, actually. I own I think I own all their books. I own the entire Splintered series, even the extra side stories. Yum. A.G. Howard is a really amazing author. Let me just... Nice. Yeah, A.G. Howard is really great. Okay, I took a water break. Okay. Chapter 2. Barbed Wire and Black Wings. Souls Asylum is a 25-minute drive outside the city limits. Afternoon sun beats down, glaring off the car's hood. Once you get past the buildings, strip malls, and houses, there's not much of landscaping in Pleasance. Just flat, dry plains with sparse growth of shrubbery and spindling trees. Just remember, guys, she lives in Pleasance, Texas. Each time Jeff starts to talk, I mumble a monosyllabic response, then crank up the volume of the newly installed CD player. Finally, a song came on, an acoustic, moody number I've heard. Jeb listens to when he paints, and he drives in silent contemplation. The baggie of ice he brought for my swollen ankle has melted, and I moved my foot to let it roll. I felt drowsiness, knowing what waits on the other side of sleep. I don't need to revisit my Alice nightmare in mid-afternoon. As a teenager, Allison's mom, Alyssa, painted the Wonderland characters on every wall of her house, insisting they were real and talked to her in dreams. Years later, Alicia, okay, so her great-grandma, Alicia, took a flying leap one of her secondary story hospital rooms window to test her wings. Just a few hours after giving birth to my mom, she landed in a rosebush and broke her neck. Some say she committed suicide, postpartum depression, and grief over losing her husband months earlier in a factory accident. Others say she should have been locked away long before she had a child. After my mom's death, Allison was left to be raised by a long line of foster parents. Dad thinks the instability contributed to her illness. I know it's something more, something hereditary, because of my recurrent nightmare and the bugs and plants. Then there's the presence I feel inside, the one that vibrates and shadows me when I'm scared or hesitant, prodding me to push my limits. I've researched schizophrenia. They say one of the symptoms is hearing voices, not a wing-like thumping in the skull. Then again, if I were to count the whispers of flowers and bugs, I hear plenty of voices. By any means of those measures, I'm sick. My throat swells up in a lump, and I swallow it down. The CD changes songs, and I concentrate on the melody, trying to forget everything else. Dust slaps against the car as Jeff shifts gears. I glance sideways at his profile. There's Italian somewhere in his bloodline, and he has a really great complexion. Olive-toned and clear, soft to touch. He tilts his head my way. I turn to the rearview mirror and watch the car freshener swing. Today's the first day I've had it hanging in place. On eBay, there's a store that sells customized fresheners for $10 a piece. Just email a photo, they print it onto a scented card, and then snail mail the finished product to you. A couple weeks ago, I used my birthday money and bought 2 of them. One for me, one for Dad, which he has yet to hang in his truck. He has it tucked in his wallet. I wonder if it will stay always hidden there. Too painful for him to see it every day. It turned out good, Jeb says, referring to the air freshener. Yeah, it's Allison's shot, so I was bound to. Jeb nods, an underspoken understanding more comforting than other people's well-intentioned words. I stare at the photo. It's an image of a black-winged moth from one of Allison's old albums. The shot is amazing. The way the wings are splayed on a flower between a slant of sun and shade, teetering between 2 worlds. Allison used to capture things people wouldn't notice, moments in time when opposites collide, then merge seamlessly together. Makes me wonder how successful she might have been if she hadn't lost her mind. I tapped the air freshener, following its way. The bugs have always seemed familiar, eerily fascinating yet same time calming. It occurs to me I don't know its history, what species it is, where it lives. If I found out, I would know where Allison might have been when she shot the picture, and could feel closer to her somehow, but I can't ask. She's sensitive about her albums. I reach behind the bucket seat, I dig into my iPhone out of the backpack, and open the search for glowing moth. After 20 pages of logo Lunesta ads and costume designs, a moth sketch catches my eye. Not a perfect match to Allison's, but the body of a bright blue, wings shimmering black, so it's close enough. Click on the image, turn to a screen, blank. I'm about to restart the browser when a strobe of bright red stops me. The screen throbs as I'm looking at a heartbeat. The air seems to pulse around me in synchrony. A web page flickers to life. White fonts and colorful graphics stand out vividly against the black background. The first thing that hits me is Netherlings, denizens of the Netherrealm. Next follows a definition. A dark and twisted race of supernatural being, indigenous to the ancient world, hidden deep within the heart of the earth. Most use their magic for mischief and revenge, though a rare few have a penchant for kindness and courage. I scroll past images every bit as violent and beautiful as Jeff's painting. Luminous, rainbow-skinned creatures with bulbous eyes and sparkling, silken wings who carry knives and swords. Hideous naked hobgoblins in chains who crawl on all fours and have corkscrew tails and cloven feet like pigs. Silvery pixie-like being trapped in cages and crying oily black tears. According to the text, in their truest forms, netherlings can look like almost anything. They can be small as a rosebud or larger than a man. Some can even emulate mortals, taking on the likeness of existing humans to deceive the people around them. An uneasy knot forms in my chest at the next line. While wreaking havoc in the mortal world, netherlings stay connected to their kind by using plants or insects as a conduit to the netherrealm. Done. I am going to add start in for 30 seconds. So I'll take that as a little break. I have to fix the glasses. Yeah, we'll take a smidge of a break. The reading's great so far. What are you guys thinking of it? Are you guys liking the story so far? Is it boring for you guys? What are you guys thinking? It's one of my favorite series. It's super good. Good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Makes me happy. I like how you guys are like, same. There is... Let me see. Hold on. 371 pages, and we're on 23. I'm also curious as if you have any other authors you enjoy reading. I actually do, actually. The books I listed earlier, so hold on, let me, 23. Actually just put this. I need to get my bookmark I have in my other book. Forgot to grab it out. Hold on. Let me pull them up. So when I was posting the poll, Fallen by Lauren Kate is another series I love. Colleen Hook is one. I used to enjoy Stephanie Meyer's work. Okay. Author has ads. I understand now. Okay. Why are you bonking me? That's rude. Stop bonking me. Because you robbed me? I didn't rob you. The bold always lasts for like a minute. Thinking I robbed you when I didn't. It wasn't even a minute. I saved all my precious knobby coins and get 30 seconds to see the shiny dome. That's it. You want to know it? Here. There you go. Free bold. Thank you. I can't keep doing that over and over again. Ads are done. Welcome back, sweet. I was it's interesting, like calling Hook. Oh my goodness, you guys in my head. But give me a sec, chat. I need to take a minute of a break because I've been reading for over an hour verbally. Mentally, I can zoom through, but verbally, it takes me a minute because I don't want to rush. So give me one sec. I make. You better come back, bold. I did, but I am taking the bold off now. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it from everybody. The bold is gone. Thank you for the welcome back, and thank you for all your half patch stretchies. Hi guys, thank you guys as well. You guys are all so sweet. You guys have been amazing. Okay. we're going to continue. And so what are some of your favorite authors? So I thought you were a George Washington wig on because of the facts. It's beautiful. What, when I was bald? Oh, I can see it. When you were bald, that's beautiful. To answer you, Colleen Hook, Lauren Kate, A.G. Howard. Hold on. Cassandra Clare, she made The City of Bones. I love all her books, all of them. Iron Face daughter, what's her name? Another one, her name is Julie Kagawa. She's the Iron Face series. I love that series as well. Those are some right off the top of my head as my favorites. Okay. What about you, author? Well, I'm reading, you can tell me. My breath catches. The words dance around me, a dizzy rise and fall of broken logic. If this were true, and not just some web weirdo fantasy, it would mean Allison and I share some of the traits of some creepy, mystical creatures. But that's not even possible. The car bounces over a bump and I drop a cell. When I pick it up, I've lost the website and any signal. Crap. Nope. Pothole. Downshifting gears, Jeb siddles a lazy gaze my way. Mr. Cool behind those shades. I'll have to check these authors out. Dude, it's so good. I glare at him. You should probably keep your eyes on the road, in case there's any more genius. He shifts back from third to fourth gear, grinning. Fierce game on solitaire? Bug research. Make it right here. I drop the phone into my backpack. I'm so uptight about going to Seoul, I probably read the words wrong, even though I'm almost convinced of that. The kink in my stomach won't loosen. Jeb turns onto a long, winding road. We pass a faded sign. Seoul's Asylum, offering peace and rest to the weary mind since 1942. Peace. Yeah, right. More like a drug-induced catatonia. I roll down the window and let in the warm breeze. Gizmo idles while we wait for the automatic wrought iron gates to respond. Flipping open the glove compartment, I dig out a small cosmetic bag with hair extensions that Janara helped me make out of shimmery blue yarn. They're strung together and clip in for a dreadlock effect. We cruise towards the 4-story brick building in the distance. It stands out blood red against the clear sky. It could have been a gingerbread mansion, but the white shingles on the gabled roof look more like jagged teeth than icing. Jeff finds a parking spot next to my dad's Ford pickup and cuts the engine. The motors grind to a stop. Has the car been making the sound long? He tosses his shades onto the dash and concentrates on the panel behind the steering wheel, checking out dials and numbers. I lift my braid over my hair, sliding the elastic band from the end. About a week. Hair hangs across my chest in platinum waves, just like Allison's. Per Dad's request, I don't dye it or cut it because it reminds me of hers. So I've had to find other creative ways through ramping up my my style. I bend at the waist until my hair flows like stream over my knees. Once the dreadlock feels secure, I flip my head upright and catch Jeb watching me. He jerks his gaze back to the dashboard. If you haven't been ignoring my calls, I could have already taken a look at your engine. You shouldn't drive this until it's fixed. Gizmo's fine, just like a horse. Maybe he needs to gargle some salt water. This isn't a joke. What are you going to do if you get stalled out in the middle of nowhere? I twirled a strand of hair on my finger. Showed some cleavage to a passing trucker. Jeb's jaw clenches. That's not funny. I giggle. Oh, come on, I'm kidding. All it would really take is a little leg. His lips curve slightly, but the smile is gone in a blink. This is from the girl who's never even had a first kiss. He's always teased that I'm a mix between skate glam and American sweetheart. American sweetheart. Looks like I am downgraded to a prude. My glasses keep falling. It's driving me insane. There we go. Fixed. For now. I groan. I won't do any good to deny it. Fine. I would call in my cell, wait safely in my car with all the doors locked and mace in hand until help arrives. There. Do I win a cookie? He thumps a finger on the dash. I'll come over to look at it later. You can hang with me in the garage just like we used to. I pulled out some eyeshadow of the cosmetic bag. I'd like that. He smiles. His smile makes a full appearance, dimples and all, a glimpse of the old, playful, teasing Jeb. My pulse quickens at the sight of it. Great, he says. How about tonight? Right. Taylor would have a litter of kittens if he left prom early to tinker with my car. He drops his forehead to the steering wheel. I forgot about the dance. I still have to pick up my tux. Jen said some guy asked you, but you didn't want to go. Why not? I shrug. I have this character flaw called dignity. He snorts and picks up a bottle of raspberry-flavored water wedged between the emergency brake and console and drinks what's left. I open my compact and apply a smear of kohl eyeshadow atop where that's already there, then elongate it the outside corner like a cat's eye. Once I finish both eyes with a sweeping along the bottom lashes, my ice-loose irises stand out against the black like fluorescent shirt beneath the UV light at Underland. Jeb leans back in his seat. Well done. You managed to destroy any resemblance to your mom. I freeze. I'm not trying. Come on, Al. It's me. He stretched out to bat. The air freshener, the moth spins. Reminds me of the website. The pinch in my sternum tightens. I drop my eyeshadow in the bag and fish out some silver gloss to spread over my lips, then stuff the bag back into the glove compartment. Jeb hands rest next to my elbow to the console, his warmth seeping over me. You're scared if you look like her. You'll be like her, and you'll end up here too. I'm speechless. He's always been able to read me, but this, it's like he's crawled inside my head. My throat dies, and I stare at the empty water bottle between us. It's not easy to live in someone's shadow. His face darkens. He would know. He's got scars to prove it, deeper than cigarette burns on his torso and arms. I still remember after they first moved in. The blood-chilling screams next door at 2 in the morning as he tried to protect his sister and mom from his drunken dad. Best thing that ever happened to Jeff's family was when Mr. Holt wrapped his truck around a tree one night 3 years ago. His blood alcohol level was 0.3. Thankfully, Jeff never touches that stuff. His darkness don't mix well with alcohol. He found out years back after nearly killing some guy in a fight. The court sent Jeb to a youth detention center for a year, which is why he graduated at 19. He lost 12 months of his life but gained a future, because at the Center of Psychology helped him rein in his bitterness through art and taught him that having a structure and balance was the best way to contain his rage. Just remember, he says, weaving our fingers together, with you it's not hereditary. Your mom had an accident. Our palms touch with only my knit gloves between us, and I press my forearm to align with the ridges of his scars against my skin. You're wrong, I want to say. I'm exactly like you. But I can't. The fact is, alcoholics have programs set to take so they can fit into society and functions. Crazies like Allison all have padded cells and blunted utensils. That's their normal. Melissa Meyer, Jennifer Donnelly, Catherine McDonald, who former mentor of mine for a little while, Richard Paul Evans, Susan Collins. Susan Collins sounds familiar. Possibly some of those I can't think of at the moment. What are some of their works out there? And that's their normal, our normal. Looking down, I notice blood has seeped and dried on the bandage. I run a hand over it, worried about Allison. She flips out the sight of blood. Here, without me even saying a word, Jeb works the bandana off his head. Leaning over, he ties the cloth around my knee to hide the soiled bandage. Hi, Odie! What? How are you, my sweet? Where was I? Runs a finger along the blue falls in my hair. Either it's a vibe about our unresolved issues or from our intimate conversation. His expression is serious. Those drug locks are wicked tight. His voice is low and velvety, filling my stomach with knots. You know, you should really go to prom. Show up just like this, knock everyone on their butts, and I guarantee you, you'll have your dignity. He curses, but I'm not gonna curse. He studies my face with an expression I've only seen when he paints, intense, absorbed, as if he's considering the painting from every angle. Me from every angle. He's so close. I smell the raspberry on the hot breath. His gaze shifts to the dimple in my chin, and my cheeks flame. In the back of my head, the shadowy sensation rouses, not so much of a voice as a presence, like a shudder of wings scrambling my insides, urging me to touch the labret beneath his lower lip. Instantly, I reach out. He doesn't flinch as I trace the silvery spike. The metal is warm, and his stubble tickles my fingertips on either side. Hit full on by intimacy of my act, I start to draw back. He grabs my hand and holds my fingers against his lips. His eyes darken, thick lashes narrowing. Al, he whispers. And as every book, and as every interruption, butterfly, Dad's shout carries through the open window. I jump and Jeb boomerangs to his side of the car. Dad saunters down to the immaculate lawn towards Gizmo, wearing khaki pants and a royal blue polo embroidered Tom's Sporting Goods in silver thread. I soothe my racing pace with a few deep breaths. Dad bends and looks through my window. Hello, Jebediah. He clears his throat. Hey there, Mr. Gardner. Maybe you should start calling me Thomas. Dad grins, arms popped out on the window's edge. After all, you graduated last night. Jeb smirks, proud and boyish. He gets that way around my dad. Mr. Holt used to tell him he never amounts to anything, pressuring him to drop out and work at the garage full time. But my dad encourages Jeb to stay in school. If I wasn't still ticked over how they teamed up against me in London, I might actually enjoy their moment of bonding. So my girl lassoed you into being her chauffeur? Dad asked, shooting me a teasing glance. Yep, she even sprained an ankle to get her away. Jeb ribs back. How can his voice sound so steady, while I feel like a hurricane has been loose inside my chest? Isn't he even a little rattled by what happened between us 2 seconds ago? He reaches up in the back seat and tugs the handles of the wooden crutches he borrowed from the Underland's medical supply. What did you do? Dad opens my car, worry apparent on his face. I swing my legs out slowly, gritting my teeth against the throb as blood rushes to my ankle. The usual, skateboarding is trial and error, you know? I glance at Jeb as he comes around the passenger, mentally forbidding him to tell Dad about the worn-out knee pad. Jeb gives his head a shake for a second. I think he's going to turn on me again. Instead, our eyes lock and my insides tangle. What made me touch him like that earlier? Things are weird enough between us as it is. Dad helps me stand and crouches to look at my ankle. Interesting. Your mom was convinced something happened and she said you hurt yourself. I suppose she just assumes the worst anytime you're late. You should have called. He cups my elbow while I position the crutches under my arm. Sorry. It's okay. Let's get you inside before she does something. Dad stops himself in answer of my pleading gaze. before our ice cream melts to the cheesecake soup. We start towards the sidewalk lined with peonies. Bugs dance atop the flowers, and white noise grows around me, making me wish I had my earbuds and my iPod. Nobby, Nobby, can I ask a favor? Yes, my sweet, my sweet, my sweet, my sweet. Susan Collins did Hunger Games. Yes, that's where I was reading. The Lunar Chronicles. Ooh. Can you do a Deadeye expression? Deadeye as in, like, my voidless? Hold on. Hold on. The toggle ye. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. I have my model locked. Are you talking about this one? Is that better? So original. Thank you. You're welcome, my sweet Eddie. And as always, my cup and everything came with me. These. There. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate now. Wow. Wow. It honestly, they all look so good. And I already see you listing Song of Sea and Shore. Oh. Are they romances? Tell me, are they romance? I will read if they're romances. I need romance in my books. I don't like non-romance books. Like, I have one or two that I might like, but, oh, I love it. I used to love Stephanie Myers, but I kind of outgrew her, whatchamacallit, her writing. I don't like it as much as I used to. And you're welcome, Octo. I need to remove my void. I don't think books roam or dance. Wow. A team. Wow. What'd you eat? Sure thing. Hey, skater girl. I pause behind Dad and pivot on my good foot, fingers tight around the cushioned crutch grips as I study Jeb's expression and distance. He looks as confused as I feel. When do you work tomorrow? He asked. I stand there like a brainless mannequin. Jen and I are on the noon shift. Okay, get a ride with her. I'll come by, then look at Gizmo's engine. My heart sinks. So much for hanging out like old times. Looks like he's going to avoid me now. Right, sure. I bite back my disappointment and turn to hobble with Dad on the steps. He catches my eye. Everything all right between you two? I can't remember a time you didn't tinker in the garage together. I shrug as he opens the door. Maybe we're growing apart. It hurts to say it, more than I'll ever admit out loud. He's always been a good friend, Dad says. You should work it out. A friend doesn't try to run your life. That's what dads are for. Raising my eyebrows to make my point, I limp into the air-conditioned building. He steps behind me, silent. Toast with peanut butter. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. Ooh, author, we gotta have book redeems. I shiver the hallway here. The hallways here unsettled me with their long, empty stretches and yellow blinking lights. White tiles magnify the sounds, and nurses in peppermint-stripped scrub blur in my peripheral vision. Uniforms make them look like they're candy strippers than certified healthcare professionals. Counting the barbs painting on my t-shirt, I wait for Dad to talk to the nurse behind the main desk. A fly lands in my arm. I swat it. It swoops around my head with a loud buzz that almost sounds like he's here, before darting towards the corridor. Dad pauses me. Dad pauses beside me as I stare at the fly. You sure you're alright? I nod, shaking off the delusion. Just don't know what to expect today. It's only half a lie. Allison gets too distracted around plants and insects to go outside very often, but she's been begging for fresh air, and Dad talked her doctor into everything. We know what might come out of it. Yeah, I'm hoping this doesn't unbalance her too much. His voice trails off. His shoulders slouch as if the sadness of the last 11 years weigh on them. I wish you could remember her the way she was before. He places a hand on my nape, so we head towards the courtyard. She was so level-headed, so together, so much like you. He whispers the last part, maybe in hopes I won't hear. But I do. The barbed wire tightened once more until my heart is strangled and broken. Chapter 3. The Spider and the Fly. Other than Allison, her nurse, and a couple of groundskeeper, the courtyard is deserted. Allison sits on one of the black cast iron bistro tables on a cement patio that's stamped on like a cobblestone. Hi, Pianda. There's no glass anywhere, only a reflective silver glazing globe secured tightly to its pedestal base. Since some of the patients are known to pick up chairs or tables or throw them, the legs of the furniture are bolted into the cement. A black and red polka-dotted parasol sprouts up around the center of the table like a giant mushroom. Shades half of Allison's face. Silver keycups and saucers glisten in sunlight. 3 settings, one for me, one for Dad, and one for her. How are you, Pianya? Hi, Betty. We brought the tea service from years ago when she first checked in. It's an indulgence that the asylum carters to in order to keep her alive. Allison will anything, be it a Salisbury steak or a fruit cobbler, unless it's in a teacup. Our pint of chocolate cheesecake ice cream waits on a placemat, ready to be scooped out. Condensation rolls around the cardboard packaging. Allison's platinum braid swings over her chair back, almost touching the ground. She has bangs tucked beneath a black headband, wearing a blue gown with a long bib apron to keep her clothes clean. She looks more like Alice at the Mad Hatter tea party than the illustrations I've seen. It's enough to make me physically sick. At first, I think she's talking to the nurse until the woman stands to greet us, smoothing out her peppermint scrubs. Allison doesn't notice, too intent to the metal vase of carnations in front of her. My nausea escalates when I hear a carnation talking over the drone of white noise in the background. They're saying how painful it is to be snipped at the stems, complaining about the quality of water they're swimming in, and asking about to be put back into the ground so they can die in peace. That's what I hear anyway. I have to wonder what Allison thinks what they're saying in her own warped mind. The doctor can't get details, and I've never brought it up because it would mean admitting I had inherited her sickness. Dad waits for the nurse, but his gaze, heavy with longing and disappointment, stays locked on Allison. A slight pressure on my arm shifts his attention to the unnatural tan face of Nurse Mary Jenkins. The scent radiating off her is a mix of burnt toast and talcum powder. Her brown hair is pulled up in a bun, and white high-voltage smile nearly singes my vision. Howdy hi, she sings, as she's over the top bubbly, like Mary Poppins. She studies my crutches. Yikes! Did you hurt yourself, honey drop? No, it's brought a wooden appendage. Skateboard, I answer, determined to do my best behavior for Dad's sake, in spite of how yammering the flowers on the table got under my skin. Still skateboarding? Such an interesting hobby. Her pitying stare implies for a girl, better than words ever could. She studies my blue dreadlock and thick eye makeup with a grim expression. You need to keep in mind that a calamity like this can upset your mother. I'm not sure if she's talking about my injuries or my fashion sense. The nurse looks over her shoulder at Allison, who's still whispering to the flowers, oblivious to us. She's already a little high-strung today. I should give her something. Nurse Poppins starts to pull a syringe with her arsenal. One of the many things I despise about her, she seems to enjoy giving her patients shots. Over the years, the doctors have discovered that sedatives are best to control Allison's outbursts, but they turn into a drooling zombie unaware of anything. I'd rather see her alert and conversing with a roach than like that. I scowl at my dad because he doesn't even notice because he's so busy frowning himself. No, he says, and a deep disciplinarian edge to his voice makes the nurse penciled eyebrow snap up. I'll send Allison for you if things get I'll send Alyssa for you if things get difficult. But we got the gardeners over there for manpower if we need it. He gestures to the two hulking men in the distance who are pruning some branches from the bush. They could be twins with their huge mustaches and walrus-shaped bodies stuffed in the brown overalls. Cheesecake? Ooh, yeah, they're having cheesecake. The pen is exhausted. Today was 11 days of 12 in a row work. Have you not had a day off? Hope you have a good post-work unwinding day. Exactly. I hope you're resting. Ah, okay. Dad waits for the nurse, but his gaze... Okay, I already read that. No, Okay, alright. I'll be back in the front desk when you need me. With another glaringly fake smile, she bounces into the building, leaving the three of us in solitude. Or the 8 of us, if you count the carnations. At least they finally stopped talking. The minute Dad's shadow glides across the base, Allison looks up. One glance at my crutches, and she launches from her seat, rattling the tea set. He was right. Who was right? Dad asked, smoothing back the loose hairs framing her temples. Even after all these years of disappointment, he still can't resist touching her. Oh, that's so sweet. The grasshopper. Allison's blue eyes glitter with a mix of anxiety and excitement as she points out a thick web in a parasol. A silver dollar-sized garden spider scuttles across it, securing a wet cocoon against the gusting wind. Dinner, no doubt. Before the spider wrapped him up, the grasshopper shouted something. Allison's hands clenched together in front of her waist. The grasshopper said, "You've been hurt, Allie. He saw you outside at the skating place." I stared at the mummified lump in the spider's web. There was that insect that kept climbing up my leg in the underland. What? Did it hitch a ride on the car? My stomach turns over. No way. No possible way it's the same bug. Allison must have heard me and Dad talking to the nurse about my fall. Sometimes I think she pretends to be oblivious because it's easier than facing what's happening to her or what she's done to her family. I have not had a day off since 2 months. You do know you're allowed to have breaks, right? Like by law. She grips her hand so hard the knuckles bulge white. Ever since that day she hurt me. She avoids physical contact between us. She thinks I'll break. The one reason I wear gloves is so she won't see the scars and be reminded. Dad pries her hands apart and laces his fingers through hers. Allison's attention settles on him, and the chaotic tensity melts away. "Hi, Tommy Toes," she says, her voice soft and steady. "Hi, Allie Bear." That's so cute. "You brought ice cream? Is this a date?" "Yeah." He kisses her knuckles, flashing his best Elvis smile, "and Alessia here to help us celebrate." "Perfect," she smiles back, her eyes dancing. No wonder Dad's helplessly in love with her. She's pretty enough to be a fairy. Dad helps her back to her chair And he lays a cloth napkin in her lap and then slops some dripping ice cream into a teacup. Placing the cup on a saucer, he eases it in front of her along with a plastic spoon. Uh, this is in Italian. I cannot read it. Tu gelato, signora Bella, he says. Grazie, meatball, she blurts in a rare moment of levity. Dad laughs and she giggles, a tinkling sound that makes me think of the silver chimes we have in our back door at home. For the first time in a while, she feels like home. Grazie del meatball. Like that. Grazie del meatball. For the first time in a while, she feels like home. I start to think this is going to be one of her good visits. With everything going on in my life lately, it would be nice to have a moment of stability. I sit, Dad takes my crutches, laying them on the ground, and then helps me prop my ankle on an empty chair between Allison and me. He pats my shoulder and takes a seat on the opposite side. For several minutes, we laugh and sip sticky cheesecake soup from our teacups. We talk about normal things in the school year, tonight's prom, last night's graduation, and Tom's sporting goods. It's like I'm in a regular family. Then Dad ruins it. He takes out his wallet to show Allison's snapshot of my mosaic that won ribbons at the county fair. The 3 photos stuck with plastic sleeves along with a assortment of credit cards and receipts. First is the murderous moonlight, all in blues. Blue butterflies, blue flowers, and bits of blue glass. The autumn last breath, a whirlwind of fall colors made up brown moss, orange and yellow and red flower petals. Winter's heartbeat, my pride, and a chaotic tangle of baby's breath and a silvery glass beads arranged in the image of a tree. Dried winter berries dots the end of each branch, and as if the tree bleeds. Jet black crickets make up the backdrop. As morbid as it sounds, mixing bizarre and natural somehow creates beauty. Allison wriggles in her chair as if disturbed. What about her music? Is she still practicing cello? Squints my way. Allison had very little to do with my education, but the one thing she insisted on is my participation in orchestra. Maybe because she used to play cello herself. I dropped out this year when I only had time for one elective. We haven't mentioned it because it seems so important to her that I can continue. We can talk about that later, Dad squeezes her hand. I wanted you to see her eye for detail. Just like with your photographs. Photographs tell a story that people forget to read between the lines. Breaking her hand out of Dad, she becomes deathly quiet. Eyes filled with sadness. Dad's about to put the wallet when Allison spots the air freshener with Mott's picture. The one he hasn't yet hung in his truck. With a trembling hand, she grabs it. Why are you carrying this with you? Mom, my tongue strains with the effort to form the word unnatural and stiff, like trying to twist a cherry stem into a knot. I had it made for him. It's a way to keep a part of you with us. Jaw clenched, she turns to Dad. I told you to keep the album hidden, didn't I? She was never supposed to see this. It's only a matter of time now. It's only a matter of time till what? I end up where she is. Does she think the photograph makes her crazy? Frowning, she tossed the air freshener on the table. Her tongue clucks a steady rhythm. The sound snaps inside me, as if someone plucking my intestines with a guitar pick. Her most violent outburst always starts with a tongue cluck. Dad stiffens his finger around the air freshener wary. I fly alights on my neck, tickling me. When I swat it away, it lands on Allison's fingers. It rubs his tiny legs together. He's here. He's here. And whispers rise above the wind and rest on the white noise above Allison's clucking tongue and Dad's cautious breaths. Allison leans towards the bug. No, he can't be here. Who can't be here, Allie Bear? Dad asks. I stare, wondering if it's possible. Do crazy people share delusions? Because the only explanation for Alice and me hearing the exact same thing. Unless the fly really did talk. He rides the wind, it whispers once more. Then flits off in the courtyard. Allison locks me in a frantic gaze. I tensed, stunned. Han, what's wrong? Dad stands near her now, his hand on her shoulder. What does that mean? He rides the wind too, I ask Allison, no longer caring about giving my secret away from her. She glares at me, intense and silent. Dad watches both of us, looking paler by the second. Dad, I lean across my propped up leg and tug at my sock. Could you get some ice on my foot? It's throbbing. He scowls. Can it wait a second, Alyssa? Please, it hurts. Yes, she's hurt. She reaches over and touches my ankle. The gesture is shocking, so normal, so nurturing, chills my blood and bone. Allison is touching me for the first time in 11 years. The mental event rattles Dad so much he leaves without a word. I can tell by the twitch of his eyelid that he'll be bringing Poppin' Fresh back with him. Thank you for the lurky. Also, what food you getting? Allison and I don't have long. The minute he vanishes the door, I jerk my leg off, wincing at the jolt of pain in my ankle. The fly, we both heard the same thing, right? Allison's cheeks pale. How long have you heard these voices? What difference does it make? All the difference. I could have told you things to keep you from making the wrong choice. Tell me now. She shakes her head. Maybe she's not convinced I can hear the same voice as she does. The carnations. We should honor the request. I pick up the plastic spoon and carnations in hand. The earth smells damp and fresh. The sprinklers have been on recently. Allison follows close behind. I don't see the walrus gardeners anymore. In the distance, the shed opens. The men must be inside. Good. There's no one to interrupt us. Allison takes the flowers and spoon and drops to her knees, and she uses the spoon to burrow into the soft earth. With plastic snaps, she digs with fingers until the shallow grave. She lays the blossoms within the racks, the dirt back over the top. The expression of her face is like the sky with churning clouds, undecided whether to storm or dissipate. My leg wavers. For so many years, the women in our family have been pegged as crazy, but we're not. We can hear other things people can't. The only way we could both hear the fly and carnation say the same thing. The trick is not to talk back to the insects and flowers in front of people, because then we appear crazy. We're not crazy. I should be relieved. But something else is going on. Something unbelievable. If the voices are real, it still makes no sense Allison insists on dressing like Alice. Why she clucks her tongue, why she rages for no reason. Those things make her look crazier than anything. There are many questions I want to ask. I shove them aside because one other question is almost binding of all. Why is our family? Why does this keep happening to us? Allison's face sours. It's a curse. A curse? Is it possible? I think of the strange website I found and I search for the moth. Are we cursed with mystical powers? Where was I? Like those Netherly things I read about? Is that why my grandmother Alyssa attempted to flight? She's tried to test the theory. All right, I say, making an effort to believe the impossible. Who am I to argue? I've been chatting it up with dandelions and doodlebugs for the past 6 years. World magic must be better than a schizophrenic. If it's a curse, there's a way to break it. Yes, Allison's answer is a croak of misery. The wind picks up and her braid flaps around her like a whip. What is it then? Why haven't we already done it? Her eyes glaze over. She's withdrawn somewhere inside. A place she hides. She's scared. Allison, I bend over and I grip her shoulders. She refocuses. Because we have to go down the rabbit hole. I don't even ask if the rabbit hole is real. Then I'll find it. Maybe someone in your family can help. It's a stretch. None of the British Littles even know about us. One of Alice's sons had a secret affair with a woman. He went off to World War I and died on the battlefield. The woman ended up pregnant and came to America to raise their love child. The boy grew up and had a daughter, my grandma, Alicia. We haven't been in touch with any of them ever. No, Allison's voice pigeons. Keep them out of this alley. They don't even know any more than we do, and we shouldn't still be in this mess. The determination behind her expression shuts down any questions of her cryptic statement might rise. Fine. We know the rabbit hole's in England, right? Is there a map? Some kind of written directions. Where do I look? You don't. I jump as she pulls down my sock and exposes the birthmark above my swollen left ankle. She has an identical one on her inner wrist. The mark is like a maze made of sharply angled lines that you might see in a puzzle book. There's so much story than anyone knows, she says. The treasures will show you. Treasures? She presses her birthmark to mine. A warm sensation rushes between the contact. Read between the lines, she whispers. The same thing she said her about photographs. You can't lose your head, Allie. Promise you'll let this go. My eyes burn, but I want you home. She jerks back from my ankle. No, I didn't do all this for nothing. Her voice cracks. She looks tiny and frail at my feet. I ache to ask what she means, but even more I just want to hug her. I lower myself to my knees, ignoring the wound around Jeb's bandana as I lean in. It's heaven. Feeling her arms around me, smelling the shampoo as I bury my nose at her temple. It doesn't last. She stiffens and pushes me away. A familiar jab, a rejection, scrapes through my chest, and then I remember. Jab and the nurse will be back any second. The moth, I say. It plays a part in this, right? I found a website. The picture of a black and blue moth led me to it. Overhead clouds dimmed the sunlight to a grayish haze. Allison's skin reflects change. Terror. You've done it now. Now that you've gone looking for him, he won't be breaking his word. Not technically. You're fair game. I lace my fingers around her, trying to ground her. You're freaking me out. Who are you talking about? He'll come for you. He'll step through your dreams or the looking glass. Stay away from the glass, Allie. Do you understand? Mirrors? I said incredulously. You want me to stay away from mirrors? She scrambles to her feet and I struggle to balance on my crutch. Broken glass severs more than skin. It will sever your identity. As if on cue, Jeb's bandana slips from my knee, revealing a bloody bandage. A tiny yelp leaps from her mouth, and there's no tongue cluck to warn me before she lunges. My back slams against the ground, the air pushed from my lungs, and pain bursts between my shoulder blades. Allison straddles me, peeling off my gloves as tears stream down her cheeks. He made me hurt you, she sobs. I won't let it happen again. I've heard her say those words in an instant. I'm back in the place and time. A 5-year-old child, innocent, oblivious, watching as spring storms gathered around the screen door. The scent of rain and wet dirt rolled over me, making my mouth water. Right against my nose, a moth landed on the screen, the size of a crow with a luminous body and wings like black satin. I squealed. It took flight, hovering and teasing me, asking me to play. Lightning flashed, a flood of light. Mommy always told me it wasn't safe to go outside when it's storming. But the moth fluttered, beautifully taunting, promised it would be all right. I piled up some books to reach the lock at the latch and tumbled outside to dance with a bug in the flower beds, mud squishing between my toes. Mommy's scream made me look up. She sprinted towards us with a pruning shears. Off with your head, she yelled, snipping every flower where the moth perched, cutting the petals with their stems. I followed, hypnotized by her energy. A rain pelted us and lightning torched the sky. I thought she was dancing, so I flung my arms in the air behind her. When I tripped over my feet, the white petals were bleeding on the ground. Daddy came running from the house. I told him we needed band-aids for the daffodils. He gasped at the sight of me. I was too young to understand that the flowers don't bleed. Somehow I've gotten into the line of fire. The pruning shears sliced my skin from my palms down to my wrist. The doctor said I didn't feel pain because of shock. That was last time Allison lived at home and last time I called her Mommy. A clap of thunder snatches me back to the present. My heart hammers against my sternum. I had forgotten about the moth. That bug was my secret pet as a child and the catalyst for my scars. No wonder it seemed familiar to me. No wonder it made Allison so crazy to see again. She wails, holding my bare palms up to the dim light. I'm so sorry. He used me and I failed you. You're meant for so much more than this. We all are. She rolls off and digs up the carnation. Dirt crumbs from the stems as she stands. He can't have her. You tell him that. Allison squeezes the petal into clumps between her fists as if trying to strangle them. And then she tosses the tattered blossoms aside and stumbles onto the glazing globe, trying to shove it off at the base, but it won't nudge. She pounds the bowl with her fist. I grab her elbow. She's worried she'll hurt herself. Please, stop, I plead. Do you hear me? She shouts at the silver globe, jerking up my hold. You can't have her. Something moves in the reflection, a blur of a shadow, but on second glance it's only Allison's image staring back, yelling so hard that the names in her neck bulge. What happened next is a dream. The clouds swirl overhead. Rain starts pouring down. I watch through the downpour as in a slow motion, the wind whips her braid around her neck. A hacking cough shakes her throat and she doubles over, clenching around the braid to loosen it. Allison, I leap towards her. It barely registers that my ankle no longer hurts. She falls to the muddying earth, grasping for air. The rain falls harder as if someone pelting pebbles at us. Her dirt-caked fingers gouge at the platinum cord strangling her. And in her desperation, she rips some of the skin from her neck. Blood rises and wells. Her eyeballs bulge, snapping as she struggles to inhale. Her house shoes slap against the muddy ground. Alice, she hisses, unable to talk. I'm crying so hard. I can't see my fingers as I wrestle against the braid. Lightning strikes in distance, once, twice, and then the plaited cord tightens around my fingers and tangles me up, a pressure so intense I fear my knuckles will snap. My fingers pop into place against my will and I squeeze her neck. Something is trying to make me kill my mom. Nausea, hot vision, vicious rips through my stomach. No. Rain, ooh. Thank you for the head pats. Hopping off now to rest. Catch you all later. Love and head pats. Love and head pats. My yarn dreadlock clings to my neck like a wet mob. Rain and tears reap. And black droplets smudge Allison's dirty apron. Let go. I shut at her. Stop, Allie. Her pleas are hollow, like air escaping a tire. Braid squeezes my fingers again. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt you. Thunder rolls through my bones. No matter how hard I pull, the strain embeds me deeper and tighter on her neck. She goes limp. Somebody help. The gardeners came, running. The two of the meaty hands curl around me from behind, just like that. The braid releases. Allison sucks in deep, rasping breaths, feeling her lungs and coughing. I go limp as one of the gardeners holds me up. Nurse Drinkin hovers into view, syringe in hand. Dan's right beside, and I slump in his arm. I wouldn't, not ever. He goes, I know. You were trying to keep her from hurting herself. His embrace makes my sobbing clothes stick to my skin. But it wasn't Allison. I murmur. Of course not, Dad whispers against my head. It wasn't her. Your mom hasn't been herself for years. I'm gonna see but say hi. Hi, Jay. Think about the, yeah, Thank you, Cherry. I hope you have a good night. Get some good Takis and a Big Dipper. Can we talk, please? From what you've read so far, what stands out as favorite lines? Definitely. I definitely say when she was talking about how, like, she was holding her mom, that felt like heaven. Like, definitely one of my favorites. Like, how you can still see that little girl missing her mom. He doesn't get it. She wasn't trying to strangle herself. The wind controlled her braid. But what sane person ever believed that? Just before Alice's eyes flutter closed, she mumbles something with a drunken stammer. The daisies are hiding treasure, buried treasure. Then she's oblivious, a drooling zombie, and I'm left alone to face the storm. Jerry, Dodgy, welcome back from the ads. What about you guys? Are you guys liking it so far? We're on chapter 4. I'm definitely on board for more readings in the future. Good, because I'm still gonna keep going. It's comfy, good. The Navi has an amazing reading voice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any favorite parts you guys are liking so far? Any favorites? What do you guys think of the characters? Butterfly Threads, Chapter 4. It takes so long to get Allison settled at the asylum. Dad has to drive me straight to work. We pull up to the curb at the only vintage clothing shop in Pleasance. It's nestled in a popular strip mall along with Comran's side of town, a bistro on one side of the shop, a jewelry store on the other. Tom's Sporting Goods is across the way. Remember, I'll be at work. Just one quick call and I'll take you home. Dad's frown forms wrinkles. I'm numb, still wondering if I imagine it all. If I stare past the pink brick storefront and black wrought iron fence, my gaze focuses and unfocuses on the curvy black letters on the door, Butterfly Threads. I hold the Air Moth air freshener to my nose. The scent reminds me of spring outdoor hikes and happy families. But winter is all I feel inside. My family is more screwed up than we've ever been. I want to tell Dad that Allison's delusions are real, but without proof, we'll just think my insanity's splintering too. Look, there's the title. You don't have to do this, he says, taking my other hand, even though my gloves, his touch feels like ice. It's only 2 hours, he answers, hoarse from all my screaming in the courtyard. Jen can't get anyone to cover a shift on short notice, and Persephone's out of town. Friday is our boss, Persephone's scavenger day, when she commutes to nearby towns to haunt estate and garage sales in search of merchandise. Contrary to what Dad thinks, I'm not being a martyr. From 3 o'clock to 5 is the dead zone at work. Hardly any customers show up until rush hour. I plan to use that time to search the store computer for Moth website. How'd you go? I squeeze Dad's hand. He nods. I open his glove box to put the air freshener inside. An avalanche of papers hits my feet. A pamphlet catches my eye. ECT. Why electroconvulsive therapy is right for you or your loved one. I pick it up. What is this? Dad bends across the seat, and put away the papers. We'll talk about it later. Dad, please. He stiffens and glances at the window. They had to give her another dose of sedatives while you were in the lounge. The words punched me. I was too chicken to follow when they were wheeling Alice into the padded cell. I cowered on the couch and lounged, pulling out my ruined dreadlock like a robot while I was watching stupid reality on TV. Reality. I don't know what it is anymore. Did you hear me? Allie, 2 doses in less than half an hour. All these years they've been dragging her into oblivion. He squeezes the steering wheel. Yet she's getting worse. She was screaming about rabbit holes and moths and people losing their heads. The drugs aren't working, so the doctor offered this option. My tongue absorbs the saliva. If you look at the first paragraph, the practice has been making a comeback since they used eels, I interrupted a little too loudly. In the old days, they wrapped them around the patient's head in an electric turban. The words are senseless, mirroring how I feel inside. All I can think of are my pets at home. I learned early on I couldn't have a traditional cat or dog. It's not the animals talk to me. Only insects and plants are on my frequency. But ever since Daenerys Tabby caught a roach and gnawed it to death, I get nauseated listening to bugs scream. So I settle for eels. They're elegant, mystical, and use a shock organ to stun their prey. It's a quiet, dignified death, similar to bugs dying in the asphyxiation in my trap. Still, I won't touch their water or without a pair of rubber gloves. I can't imagine what they could do to someone's brain. Allie, this isn't the same as what they did 70 years ago. It's done in electrodes while the patient is essentially when she's knocked out. I can't pronounce the word. Anesthesia. Muscles relaxants keep them oblivious to pain. They said the thing. It's always nice when they say the book title. it's like, ooh. Brain damage is still a side effect. No, he reads upside down text aloud. Almost all ECT will experience confusion, inability to concentrate, and short-term memory loss, but the benefits outweigh temporary discomforts. Short-term memory loss is a discomfort, not a brain damage. It is a form of brain damage. Hi, have short-term memory loss. Not very fun. I shall be heading off now. Get some rest. Get some good sleepies, Octo. Thank you for hosting a waiting stream. You too. Thank you for coming over and hanging. I'll probably be posting the YouTube short version of this. I made my YouTube thing in the sub thingy. So if you're connected, you can catch up with the book when you come back if you want to catch up with it. It's a form of brain damage. I haven't been the daughter of a mental patient for the past 11 years and not pick up a definition and levels of psychological anomalies. Well, maybe that would be a blessing, considering your mom's most recent memories consist of nothing but the asylum and endless procession of drugs and psych evaluations. The deep lines around his mouth look like they might crack all the way through his skull. What I wouldn't give to see is Elvis smirk right now. My throat constricts. Hi, Dart. I am stressing. Have a date in 1 hour. Do you have some first date advice? I am the worst person to ask for date advice. I asked my husband when we first met is, do you like bread? I guess the only thing I can say is, be yourself, which I know is probably the biggest advice. And don't ignore what your gut says. So if you're getting a bad feeling, it's better to end the date and be safe rather than going through and just submitting yourself, you know? That's just me. But it's predominantly be yourself. And if that person doesn't like you for yourself, then that person is not right for you. Which is why I love that advice the most, as much as it's overused. But how are you, Dart? Welcome in. My throat constricts. Who are you to decide this for her? His lips tighten to that stern expression reserved for when I've overset my boundaries. I'm a man who loves his wife and daughter, a man who's tired down to his bones. The mix of defensiveness and resignation in his brown eyes makes me want to curl up and cry. She tried to kill herself right in front of you. Even if it's physically impossible for her to choke herself, it doesn't matter. The meds aren't working. We have to take the next step. And if this doesn't work, what then? Lobotomy with a can opener? I throw the pamphlet across the seat. It hits his thigh. Allie, his voice sharpens. I see right through him. He's desperate to get Allison back, but not for me. All these years he's been pinning for her, the woman who used to take to drive-in movies, who waited with him through the puddles and the gutters after it rained, who drank lemonade on a porch swing and shared dreams for a happy future. If he does this, she may never be that woman again. I shove open that door and drop down on the sidewalk. Even though a late afternoon sun was found its way through the clouds, it chill coats my entire body. At least let me get your crutches for you. Dad starts to dig through. And passenger, I don't need them anymore. But Jeb said you sprained. Newsflash, Dad. Jeb's not always right. I tug on the bandana covering my bandage. My ankle hasn't hurt since Allison pressed her birthmark to mine. In fact, my scraped knee feels better too. Chalk it up to unexplained weirdness. I don't have time to wonder about it. I've got bigger issues. Dad glances off the distance, his jaw tight. Butterfly. Don't call me that, I snap. His face falls to two chatty shoppers walk by. The last thing I want to do is hurt him. He stayed by Allison's side for years, not to mention raised me all alone. I'm sorry, I lean in to see him better. Let's just do more research, okay? He sighed. I signed the papers before we left. My mask of understanding slips, anger seeping out the edges. Why would you do that? The doctor offered this option months ago. I've been looking into it for a while. At first, I couldn't bring myself to even entertain the idea, but now they're starting Monday. You can go with me at first afterwards. An uncomfortable Uncomfortable heat glides up my neck, the humidity from the storm and the white noise of surrounding bugs only makes it worse. Please try to understand how much I need her home again. I need her too. Then won't you do it, whatever it takes to make that happen? Inside me, the flapping shadow comes to life again. It dares me to say exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, I've been down a rabbit hole. I slammed the door. Dad taps the horn, no doubt wanting an explanation for my remark. I rush into the shop without looking back. The automatic doorbell chirps, and Gus jingles the crystal teardrop chandelier centered in the ceiling. Stand there dazed, while the air conditioning ices my damp clothes. The rich coconut scent and the scent of the candles and the candelabras. I haven't said that word in forever. Along the walls eases the cramp in my stomach. Is that you, Al? Janara muffles, carries through the store, and the storeroom opens door. I clear my throat and grip the air freshener. In my rush to escape, I forgot to leave it in the truck. Uh-oh. Did you leave my prom dress? It's on the new merchandise rack. I lift the only hanger on the rack. The clear plastic cover crinkles. Jen brought 2 dresses at the Butterfly Threads months ago. She sliced and diced them into created a fitted limb halter bodice that flares into the mini zebra print pink netting combo. Hand-sewn iridescent sequins catch the light as I hang it back on the rod. Nice, I say. It's actually amazing, and under normal circumstances, I'd be a lot more enthusiastic over one of her fashion creations. But I can't find the strength today. I toss the moth air freshener under the checkout counter next to Janara's makeup bag and lands on Persephone's mythology tome. A sense of someone watches slides through my bones, and I look over my shoulder on the poster on the wall. It's from the movie The Crow. Persephone's in love with a hero. Black leather, white face, black eye makeup, and perpetual brooding scowl. I knew that movie. There was some mystery surrounding actor. He died on set while filming. I've always been drawn to the poster. Even on the flat piece of the paper, the guy has the most soulful eyes. Eyes that know me, just like I know them. Although I've never seen the movie, he's familiar to the point I can smell the leather swaddling his body. Feel the slickness against my cheek. He's here. I jump at the words rushing my ears. The same ones the fly said earlier. Only it's not a whisper this time. Not the white noise I'm used to. It's a boy's deep Cockney accent. Mirrors line the side walls of the store. A blur of movements race across them. When I look closer, the reflection shows nothing but my own image. He rides the wind. The voice hums through my blood. A gust of cold air comes out of nowhere and snuffs out the candles, leaving only the afternoon light and chandelier overhead. I scramble backwards until I hit the corner. The poster's bottomless eyes follow my every movement, as if he's the one talking to my mind and turning the wind. Icy tingles turn it through my spine. Al, Jen shouts, breaking the spell. Can you help me carry some stuff? We need to put up the Dark Angel display before I leave. I force myself to break the poster's hypnotic gaze and head for the storeroom. The air conditioning clicks off. The gust must have been coming through the vents. I laugh nervously. I'm tired, hungry, and shocked. My delusions are real. My family is cursed. That's all. It should be easy, except, right? Wrong. My soggy Skechers squish with each step with the black and white checkered tiles. Jenna meets me in the doorway, stacked so high with clothes and props so she can't see over them. So my dress is nice, her question, dress from the stack. Way to put all the stops for your BFF's ego. Give me one sec. Fixing my glasses again for the 90th time on stream. It's awesome, Brett. Still love it. Still feeling the poster's eyes, I balance the tiptoe to take the blue wig and miniature fog machine on top of her armful. As if it matters, she says from behind the swaying stack. Did I tell you that Jeb threatened to turn Brett into a smashed pumpkin if I don't get home by midnight? Take a sweet fairy tale like Cinderella and twist it into a death threat. That's seriously warped. Yeah, he's been on a real roll today. Everything starts to slide from her tower. I grab several props from the heavy top of the pile, revealing her face. Her heavily lined green eyes bulge from when she sees me. Oh my, you look like you duked it out with a Sasquatch. Did you and Jeb settle things in a mud pit? Ha! Leading the way in the window, I drop my stuff off in the window next to a window waif, Persephone's mannequin. Janara sets some sooty feathered wings atop the props pile, and they sparkle with a black sequins. Seriously, what happened? I thought you were going to visit your mom. Hey, did something go wrong? Several tendrils of dark pink hair have fallen from her upswept dew. The strands coil like pink flames around her black tube dress, bringing up back what they did to Allison's hair at the asylum. She lost it, I blurted. Attacked me. All other details clog my throat. How they shaved her hair so she wouldn't choke herself again, though I suspect it was preparation for her shock treatments. How they kept wiping and slobbering the side of her mouth and put her into adult diapers, because when you're heavily sedated, you can't control your faculties. And the worst of all, how they took her to the padded cell in a wheelchair, hunched and strapped into a straitjacket like a withered old woman. That's why I couldn't follow to say goodbye. I'd already seen enough. Oh, Al, Jen's voice is soft and low. She pulls me into a hug. A citrusy bubblegum scent of her shampoo comforts me. I'll do my own makeup and stuff here. Go home. I can't. I don't want to be around things that remind me of her. Not yet. But you shouldn't be alone. The doorbell chirps and 3 ladies wander inside. Jen and I step back. I won't be alone. Not during business hours. Jen tilts her head, seizing me up. Look, I can stay for another half an hour. Go get yourself together, and I'll take care of the customers. I'll take care of the customers. You sure? She flicks the tangle of my hair. Sure. Absolute. Can't leave you in charge of the place to look like a circus clown reject. What if a hot guy comes in? Tip my smile. Take my makeup bag. I have some hair extensions you can use. I pick up some layaway stuff in the storeroom, picking up a pair of platform boots along with clothes, then duck into a tiny bathroom. The vent above the sink blows frosted air over my skin. A fluorescent glow from the tiny light fixtures distorts my reflection. I brush out the tangled and clip of Janara's purple dreadlocks. Most of my makeup has been cried and rained off, leaving smudged tracks on my face. Now all I see is Allison. But if I look deeper, I see myself wearing a straitjacket, an eel turban, and grimacing like the Cheshire cat as I sip pot roast from a heat cup. How long do I have to before curse kicks in for real? I lean against the sink, untie Jeb's bandana, and breathe him in. Before long, this afternoon, all I wanted was to go to London, hang with him, earn college credits. Amazing the difference between a few hours can make. If I don't find a way to England to look for a rabbit hole, Allison's brain gets fried and I end up where she's in a few years. There's no way I can get enough money to airfare before Monday, not to mention a passport. Gritting my teeth, I peel away my torn leggings and bandage. The skin in my knee is almost healed, and there's not even a scab. I'm too exhausted and frazzled to explain why. I turn on the cold water and scrub the physical reminders of what happened, drying my skin and underclothes with a hand dryer. Once I line my eyes with strokes of dark green and wriggle into some purple, green, and red plaid tights, I top it off with a mini skirt over fluffy red petticoat and a green cap sleeve tee layered over a red bustier, along with a pair of purple fingerless gloves, and I'm ready to face the customers. I cast a final glance at the mirror. Something moves behind my image, shimmering in black like feathering wings in a prop. Allison's warped warning skittered through me. He'll come for you. He'll come through your dreams or the looking glass. Stay away from glass. Yelping, I'll whip around. Nothing's there but my shadow. The room seems to shrink and off balance as I'm stuck in a box down a hill. My stomach bounces. I burst into the dimly lit storeroom and almost trip over laces of my shin-high boots and panic race to get back to Jen. She rushes to meet me. Geez, you look like your head's going to pop. Have you had anything to eat? Ice cream soup, I mumble. Relieved the customers already left and didn't see my entrance. I'm shaking all over. You don't feel warm? Maybe your blood sugar's screwy? I'm getting you something from the bistro. Don't leave. Why not? I'll be right back. Realizing how crazy I sound, I change tactics. The window display, we have to. Text my stalls on my tongue as I notice she's already finished it. Oh. Yeah, oh, she uses my fingers. I relit the candles too. Why'd you blow them out? You needed the relaxing vibes you can get. I'm going to be bringing you a croissant and a drink, something decaffeinated. Never seen you this wired. The door swings shut behind her, leaving me alone with a window display. A blue wig, a clingy black angel costume hug window's waist form. The giant wings are strapped into place around the mannequin's shoulders with a matching leather harness. Black sequins glitter on the feathers and smoke pours out of the miniature fog machine, snaking around the macabre scene. Somehow those wings and smoke belong together. I think of my moth friend. Why was Allison chasing it with shears? Just because it lured me outside in a storm? It had to be something deeper, or some kind of ongoing anonymity, but I can't quite grasp it. Reluctantly, I turn to face the poster. You know, don't you? I whisper, you have the answers. Silence. I snort, a hollow, lonely sound. I'm officially losing it. Whispering bugs and flowers are bad enough, expecting a poster dancer that makes me asylum worthy. Trembling, I move to computer and to the other side of the registry and find the site from earlier. Scroll across everything I've already seen, trying to find a connection to Allison's ravings. There's another group of pictures. A white rabbit, bony enough to be a skeleton. Flowers sporting arms, legs, and mouth dripping with blood. A walrus with protruding from his lower half like tree roots. It's the Wonderland crew after a heavy dose of radiation poisoning. It's also a connection in some way. The moth, these Netherland realms keep tying to Lewis Carroll's tale. No wonder Grandma Alicia kept painting the stories of characters on her walls. Ever since Alice, my family has been nuts. Could be she really did go down the rabbit hole and come back to tell the tale, but she never was the same after the experience. I mean, who would be? The hairs on my body lift as the current runs through me. After the last graphics, there's an antique ivy and floral border on the side of the black background, a poem centered in a white fancy font. 'Twas brillage, and the slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the baroque rose, and mome wreathed the outgrabe. And the riddle, I've seen the riddle in the original book. Notepan in hand, I scribble Wonderland on top and copy the poem word for word. I open a new search window to look for interpretations. One site has 4 different possible meanings. What if they're all wrong? I skim 2 until the third one catches my eye. These illustrations, along with words, creatures with long surlicue noses, digging holes beneath sundrels. A sense of knowing undertakes me as I close my eyes. Children's play on the screen of my eyelids. A winged boy and a blonde girl dive into a hole beneath a statue of a child that balances on a sundial on his head. I don't know where these images came from. I must have seen them in a movie, but I can't remember which one. They seem real and so familiar. I jot down the definitions from the interpretation of the poem. According to whoever wrote Brillig, is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tove is a mythic creature, a mix between a badger and a lizard with a corkscrew nose. They're known for making their nests beneath sundials. Gyre and gimble are verbs mean to dig and into the earth like a giant screw, turning out soil until a deep tunnel is formed. In the context of a poem, the hole is being dug in a distinctive location, considering wabe is a grass plot under a sundial. The other words aren't defined, but it starts. According to the poem, the images in my mind, it seems that a rabbit hole can be under the little boy sundial statue. Now I just have to find it. I hop back to the Netherlands site and scroll down to see if there's any details I miss. At the bottom is a huge chunk of black space all the way to the end. No more text, no more pictures, even though there's plenty of room for them. Could be the webmaster meant to save space for later. I'm about to exit the site and do a search on the sundials in England in hopes for a city address when a movement in the dark in the background catches my attention. It's like watching a cricket swim through ink. Instead of a cricket, a simulated black claw moth flutters across the screen, just like the one from my past. I'm starting to think that the moth is tied to everything. The little boy and girl I saw in the sundial, my family's burial curse. If only I could remember more about the insect, but my memories are blotted, misty, and like looking through a cloud from dizzying heights. The animation catches my attention again. It starts to the top of the empty space. When it gets quarter of the way down, glowing blue text appears beneath the drag of the moth's wings. Find the treasure. I reread and until my eyes burned, shocked by the similarity to what Allison said. The daisies are hiding the treasure, buried treasure. Dad plowed the garden after she was first committed years ago, destroyed it. There was nothing buried there. So what could she mean? Another line appears on screen. If you wish to save your mother, use the key. I shoved back the computer, heart pounding and palms sweating in my gloves. I didn't imagine it. The words are staring at me, blinking. How is someone talking to me? How would they know about Allison? How did they find me? I look around the empty store. I should tell someone. Dad's out of the question. He signed me up for shock treatments for sure. Darnara still thinks it's one of my tormentors from school playing a sick joke. But Jeb, despite the weirdness between us, I know he'll always be there for me. I will show him the website. Where was it? Where did I go? I hate when I lose it. Oh, okay. Just the thought of his reassuring smile, the one that says he gets me in a way no one else does, coaxes me into the brink of terror. At the sound of the doorbell, I glance up. Taylor's face looks back, and I nearly groan aloud. Her chick shoulder-length hair glimmers gold in the sun. The words glitz and flash and everything panache are written in shimmering letters and the bag she carries. I've turned to the computer, the screen's gone black, and the error message flashes. Hey, Alyssa. Taylor pursues the jewelry rack on her way to the counter. Any good sales today? She holds up a skull rhinestone brooch with a glittering crossbone, preferably something that doesn't smell like a funeral home. Hi, team. Thank you for the hydrate. Ignoring her, I search for the URL. The error message returns. I jiggle the mouse. If I can't find the site again, I'll never be able to convince Jeb that what I saw was real. Taylor strolls closer. One of the straps of her designer purse slips off the sun-bronze shoulder. Guess it doesn't matter if people like you don't care who's been wearing this stuff or how dead they are. After pausing to crinkle her nose at a shirt, she plops her shopping bag and purse on the opposite side of the counter, lithe arms propping on the edge. She was once a force on the tennis court, but with her dad never showed up to her tournament, she gave it up. What a waste. The extra 4 inches of my boots set me almost eye level with her. Don't you have a prom to get ready for? I ask, hoping she'll leave. That's why I'm here. I went next door to pick up Jeb's graduation gift. I thought I'd drop it by his place, but afternoon so you can wear it tonight. I don't even ask what she possibly getting Jeb from a jewelry store. What's this? She thrusts a hand from the counter, pulls my notes. Wonderland, huh? So you're doing some research on the family rabbits. Goodbye, Taylor. I wrestle my note back, accidentally knocking her purse floor. She doesn't bother picking it up instead her expression hardens. No, goodbyes yet. First we're going to talk. Thanks, but I'd rather talk to a dung beetle. Taylor's eyes widen, surprised by an insult. I smile. It feels good to have the upper hand for once. Takes a few seconds to work out comeback. Talk to beetles, huh? Glad to know you'll have someone to play with once Jeff's gone. Don't be thinking you can pull your wounded friend crap to keep him moving to London with me next month. With you? My upper hand just got amputated. I feel like I did when I fell skateboarding. Like I have a miner's cap spotlight on me. He hasn't told you yet? Taylor's practically beaming. I shouldn't be surprised. He's always been so worried about your fragile state of mind. She leaned across the counter, her face inches from mine. Her extensive perfume stings. Sorry, I was looking at something. Her expensive perfume stings my nose. I'm spending a senior year at a prep school in London. I've been offered a modeling contract there. My dad's renting Jed's flat. It's a win-win situation. Jeb can make connections from his art through the people I'll meet, and we can hang out at his place on the weekends. Cozy, right? My chest constricts. She eases back. There's panic behind her expression. Why? She's denied my one chance ever to have Jed's friendship to myself again. She's won everything. Wow, you really thought you had a chance, huh? Taylor taunts. Just because he asked you to pose for a few sketches, that doesn't mean he's hot for you. My jaw drops. Jeb never asked me to pose for anything. There were times he had his pencil sketch out while we were together, but I never guessed he was drawing me. His art is full of depth and tragedy, so of course he likes your Mortician style. It's so complimented. Don't delude yourself that it is. I'm too stunned to respond. We both care about him. Her voice soft and transparent for once she speaks here. But do you care enough to let him do what's best for him? He was way too busy. He has way too much talent to get stuck babysitting for you for the rest of his life, like your poor dad. Don't you think you should be a colossal tragedy? The urge to scratch out her eyes boils in my vein. At least I have a dad who cares enough to be there. The words shoot out like a poison arrow whose wounded expression makes me regret them instantly. The doorbell chirps unscented of a espresso wafts in. Oh, Fark. Jen Evil Eyes Taylor at the door slams behind her. What are you doing here? She stops next to me, setting down the croissant and fruit smoothie. Taylor clears her throat. Her mask of a nonchalant drops back into place. Melissa and I were just discussing London and why she won't be welcome to stay with Jeb and me. She snatches up her shopping bag. It stinks here in the land of the dead. I'm out. The minute she's gone, Janera turns to me. One of these days, she's going to slip up and show Jeb her ugly side. I plucked the edge of the croissant. She's why he didn't want me to go. He didn't want me getting in the way of them. Twisting her tights with a pen, Jen didn't answer. Why didn't you tell me? Her eyes filled with regret. I just found out about her coming this morning. I didn't know how to tell you when you came in. You got so much crap going on with your mom. Folding my Wonderland notes, I studied the blank computer again. Why does it matter when the website's gone? Jeb doesn't have my back anymore. We've never had Al. The sobs I've been smothering since my fight with Dad gather in my chest. They burst like 1,000 acidic bubbles silently away at my heart, but I refuse to cry. Come on. If anyone convinced him to give her up, it's you. Tell him already. Tell him how you really feel. Think of Jeb's amazing paintings. Of all the things he could be given the opportunity, he doesn't need any more emotional baggage to hold him back. I've got enough sink to an oil tanker. Besides, I can't bear to have him turn me down to my face. He's already chose Taylor over our friendship. I tucked my notes to the skirt pocket. Nothing to tell. I crushed on him when we were 6th grade, so it doesn't count. She started to say something, but I shut her down. You're not smelling either. Pinky swears her forever. The worry wrinkles appear on her forehead as she gathers her prom dress and makeup. This isn't over. It is. Jeff's made his choice. Shaking her head, she leaves. The instant the door closes, I turn to the girl. The emo guy stares back, his eyes bleeding tears as if he knows my pain. I have the strangest longing to be in his arms, wrapped up in leather. I'll be waiting inside the rabbit hole. Love, find me. His gaze burns and the challenges into my soul like a brand. Startled by our deepening connection, I step back and topple the pen holder with my elbow. A pencil rolls off the counter in front. I walk around to pick it up, and to my surprise, to see Taylor's purse on the floor. She was in such a hurry to leave, she forgot it. I fight the urge to toss her things on the street. Instead, I left this purse's straps to store it under the counter until she comes back. One half of a zipper grapes open and revealing a huge wad of cash. Almost in a daze, I take out the money, unrolling a lump of 20s and 50s. There's $240. If I add my savings, I have enough for a one-way ticket to England with a little left over for a fake passport, expenses, and all I have left to do is find an address for the sundial. It shouldn't be the first time we owed the 3 months of debt. In the 5th grade, Dad took a loan from Taylor's father to pay Allison's medical bills. That was how Taylor learned about my ancestry to Alice Little in the first place. So in this way, this justified compensation. Taylor's payment to me for all the years she made my life miserable. My fingers quiver as I shove her gutted purse in the bottom of the trash can, piling papers on top. I reached under the counter to grasp the air freshener. I slid along the money into Persephone's home on mystical crystals. The book was elastic band sewn into a binding that holds pages shut. I turned to the poster again. The darkness behind the gray eyes seemed to be driving everything I do, and there's nothing to pull me back from the brink this time. No mother, no father, and definitely no Jeb. Not even his smile can save me now. Okay, Jet, I'm gonna stop there. We're on chapter 5. Okay, chapter 5 is where we are. I'm gonna leave that here for a second. I'm gonna take a little break for a second, and then we're gonna finish the DVD. That was very cozy, Nobby. Did you guys like it? But give me one sec, chat. Let me give me right back. Okay, chat. Whew. I need a little break from reading because I think I was reading that for like what? It's been like 2 hours. Welcome back. Thank you for the welcome back. What did you guys enjoy? Any critiques? Please answer critiques. Improvements if you guys need. Do I read too fast? Am I reading too slow? I need to know the answers to the questions. Trying to fix my But what if I don't have any criticism? Then is there any compliments that I'm doing correctly? Thank you for the welcome, Mike. I appreciate it. I'm gonna kind of pop into the Dead by Daylight stream and see if there's anything to finish. Yeah, thank you for the welcome back. Welcome. I enjoyed your voice, cadence, and your enunciation, and your. My throat's like, I don't want to talk. And your enunciation. Why, thank you. It's just. Thank you for the hideaway. It was super cozy, and for me, who doesn't have English as my first language, you made it easy to keep up. Oh, thank you. I'm very glad. Enunciation. Wow. Excuse me. Enunciation. I am confusion now. Did I say it incorrectly? Question mark. Team used the wrong one. Oh, it was probably. Oh, got it. If it makes you feel any better, team, I also assume that's how it was spelled. Oh. I know I still need to like edit and stuff like that, but like. My brain is very tired today. Hi, Leo. Thank you for the huggies. I probably could have read another chapter, but I feel like 5 is a good starting point to kind of see what you guys think of the book. Did you guys like the book, perchance? Is it interesting for you guys? Autocorrect failed me. It's okay. I read it as enunciation anyway. Thank you for the hydrate stretchies. What are books? I was reading a book earlier, Leo. You missed it just now, actually. But no. I did find it interesting. It is definitely one of my favorites. So what we could do is I could read a bit of each book, and you guys decide at the end like what you like. But that would take forever. One last chance. Excuse me. I don't think I would read it myself because I hate reading. I missed the start. Bad. I missed the start. Bad from what I heard, it was good. I think what you meant was, but from what I heard, it was essentially, uh, Alyssa's family is a descendant of Alice Lindell from the, excuse me, Alice Little from the Alice Wonderland series, and her mom is in an asylum right now for going back crazy. And her mom was her her third great grandmother was so crazy that she inspired the Alice Wonderland stories. Get him. I can type, I swear. I promise you, I can also type. I don't let you on. Obviously, the reading streams will be a lot longer in the future. It's just, like I said, this is more like a test to see how you guys think. My head is also very, very tired. I think after this, I'm gonna take a nap. Excuse me. Whenever I read, I get very sleepy. I get very relaxed. I say more reading. Okay, so every Thursday we'll read a book. I think we're all just in the same, you know. What's that say? Words are hard. Yes. Beep, 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 beep. I should probably edit. I'm so drained to edit right now. Beep, 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 beep. Mm, 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 mm. Sorry, guys, if I'm just quiet. I've chatted like nonstop by technicality. Ah. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, I go beep, 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 I go beep. Beep. Beep, beep. Let me post this on memes because it's funny. Let me double check though. Yep. By the way, guys, how are you guys doing? How is my beautiful chat? Eepy, but I can't eat. Why? Sleepy? Well, team, I know you're always tired because you work yourself to the bone. Do, do, do. Do, do. Just giving my voice a second, guys. My nose is so stupid ADHD brain. I'm sorry, Bean. I hope that we didn't help it just a smidge. I don't have the head to edit right now. I might need to sleep, but I also need to edit. Let me go to my... See. Oh, I know who we're gonna read out to. I already know who. Let me see. Clips. By the way, ads are starting in like 50 seconds. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Let me download this too. Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Sleep Moon. Hope you're doing today. Navi, I don't know why I called you Moon. Never done that. It's fine. It comes out once in a while. How are you, Phoenix? A little eat because we've been, I read to chat for the first time. And we are all very eepy because it's cozy and it's relaxing. Brango Burke, lots of work. Oh, telling me I may not be at work well, I'm technically working because this is my job, but it's more like reading does take a lot of mental. He's on to the endless. Okay, well, at least I have, tonight, addicted to every touch and listen. Me copy. And the space, having addicted to you. Interesting. Interesting. That's not working. I'm doing an edit, guys. But very much enjoyed your reading and glad. It makes me happy, guys. Let's lock this. So when I click on it. This is where it confuses me. I can't talk of you. It's you. Goes down and then okay, this is where I'm being smacked. Stop smacking me. I wish there was... like... Hi, Miss Ma'am. I haven't heard this song forever. Hi, Miss Ma'am. How are you? I think my model's already almost done. My goodness. I'm fantastic besides Red Moon shenanigans. Oh, the Red Moon's tonight, isn't it? I thought that was the 28th. I'm so excited for you, Miss Ma'am. I love how you already showed me everything. Oh, yeah, you sent me. I love how she did the eyes. Love it. The other red moon? What other red moon? Hmm. Sorry, guys, give me one sec. Cramps. Oh. You should have just DM'd it to me, girly pop. You should have told me. Um, okay. How are you, Miss Ma'am? Wait away from you. I'm good. I just want to sleep. Oh, how is you? I'm also feeling like the desperate need to sleep. I'm gonna definitely take a nap in the next few minutes. I'm just trying to get this video uploaded and everything. I don't know. I'm tired today. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been reading. My brain is just very tired. Um, no. do a new one. Thank you for the hot pot. I appreciate it. Did you eat today, Miss Ma'am? You better have. Oh, we have discussions. I'm doing some quick edits for my edit. Just gonna yoink. And then I'm gonna put is there from chat. I had a protein shake. I hope you're also eating more than just that, girly pop, for the rest of the day. You're not my dad. Okay, I'm not your dad, but I do care about you. There we go. Media. Okay. It's gonna be a pretty basic. I'm gonna add some text and then I'm gonna upload it and then call it a day and probably lay down because I am extremely tired for some reason. I gotta get some, add some, wow. Team, wow. So original. Hi. Okay, I already read that. There we go. I am going to end stream now, guys. I am very exhausted. And we're gonna go right out to my beautiful, gorgeous, sweet being of a friendy, bestie friendy, and all that's beautiful of her detectiveness. Anyway, so Miss, she is playing ZA. I did that wrong. Oh my god. How do I write again? Even forever. Eraser, Miss. It won't let me write eraser. Thank you. I'm tired. No worky. Okay. Thank you for Stream Eraser. Wow. I've been called Eraser. Wow. That's such a positive thing. I don't care. Okay, guys. Copy that one instead of the other one. Copy that. Shh. I was called Team and Octo. Shh. It's because we sound alike, isn't it? Take care, guys. I will see you guys on Monday. Oh, next Tuesday stream will be late on Tuesday. We'll be doing the PTB. You guys will see the schedule. I will not be streaming my normal time on Tuesday next week. It'll be a bit later. I got adult stuff I gotta do. Actually, I have a doctor's appointment. But yes. But have a wonderful, guys. I loves you. I give you huggies. Have a good rest of your night, evening, day, morning, afternoon. Please go give Eraser some love. Bye, guys. It won't let me rate. There it goes.